Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Kobus, hello Mel, hello boy. How you guys doing? Hello How. Hello Shryman. Thanks, Adrian. Ready for some Dota 2? Meg, are you around? Can you invite Legger to this game if you have him on your friends list? You online, Legger? I'm on one of my Smurfs. I don't know if you're... I don't know if you've been added. Hey, thanks, buddy. Oh, weekend time, Mel. Oh, there he is. Let's play some Dota! Hi, Doctor. Yo, I gotta warm up with the sound effects real quick. Blue spam. Sorry. Yo, Nicholas. Ten minutes away from 69 hours? 68.5 hours. You know, that could mean 30 minutes or 10 minutes, right? Hi, Perdetta. Yeah, no, that means 30 minutes, bud. Get your ass back in line. Hi. Perdetta, I'm just playing some Dota 2, bud. How's your evening? MU versus LFC. Is that like some kind of sports game to watch, man? Thanks for watching me, man. Manchester United versus Liverpool. Right. I don't know about that stuff, man. Hi, Vineet. Do I like eating ducks? Duck's fantastic. Who doesn't like eating duck? Unless you're allergic, I guess. I'm good, Vineet. How are you? Well prepared duck. #1 bird confirmed. Yo, man, I think I like duck in most cases. Now here's a question. I think I like duck more than chicken in most cases. But I like fried chicken. Now, does duck taste good deep fried? I'm sure it does. But does it taste good like deep fried chicken deep fried? Ah, there's a question. Now, I've never tried deep fried duck, like a crispy deep fried duck. Absolutely, you say. Oh, I mean, it makes sense. Damn, that sounds good. I should try it sometime. You got deep fried prawns for dinner, Vinny? Mmm. Is it coated in flour? Kentucky Fried Duck would be the top fast food restaurant. Yo, buddy. I think I have a business proposition for you.
Smoke weed every day.
and duck. And duck. Smoke weed and duck. Deep fried prawns, but not in flour? Interesting. Is it fried in cornstarch? Got a game, guys. Hey, is there a day that I lost more MMR than I gained recently? Yeah, yesterday. Hi, Johnny. You missed the party game. We just started. Join the next one. Alright, after your shower.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Oh boy.
Your turn.
How you doing, Vibev?
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna play some Silencer. NaOH. Sodium oxygen hydroxide? I know a little bit. Yeah, just forget that I said the oxygen part.
Your turn to pick.
Hi, BJ.
Your turn to pick.
Hi, daydreaming. I could play Crystal Maiden for donation. Would you like to make donation? Spooky sex temptation not New York boy.
Silencer comes to war. I make my move.
Prepare for battle.
Silent running.
Okay.
Because this one's in the bag.
How likely am I gonna get ganked by Pudge? Core. Probably not very likely.
Yes.
Hey.
A step
How's it
ahead.
going?
Pretty good.
Yes.
Can you message Slagger and tell him to join the Discord, please?
I go.
Carry silencer.
Not a whisper.
30 seconds to battle.
You know what, Mel? You should try Atos instead. Cause you use them. It's true that it's double root.
Yes.
And yes, Johnny. But you can't damage them while they're flying in the air. TR44 build works every time. What does that mean? You have a TOEFL exam this weekend, Vishal?
Battle begins.
Tips to study? Don't fucking watch Dota 2 streams?
A hush falls on the battlefield.
Oh my god, we got to because of
I
fun.
cut a path
You should tip him.
Oh yeah.
with quickness. I go.
There you go. That's a Dota 2 player.
Not a
Yeah,
whisper.
thank you for teaching me how to be toxic.
Shut
Welcome.
it.
The fuck?
Yes. I strike. You almost had that too. I make my move. I cut a path. Shut it. A step ahead.
That's good.
With quickness. I go. Yes. I go. Yes. First blood.
What the fuck is wrong with my hotkeys?
Silently. Silent running.
You wanna fight over here, bud?
No. Yes.
Got him.
お前はもう死んでいる。
The moment I got that bottle, I won.
Not a whisper.
Are you serious?
Onward.
You had boots yet?
I go. Silently.
Oh, he's screwed now.
Silent running.
Oh, I don't have mana. Never mind. I'm not. He's not screwed.
I cut a path. Into the soundproof glass. I go.
Lulu, can you kill Ogre,
Invisibility.
please? I need a stun and I need your melodic.
A step ahead. I make my move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my fucking god, this fucking fat ass Pudge.
I make my move. Silently. A step ahead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silent running.
You fucking shit? Oh my fucking god. Give me a break.
With quickness. A small price. Not a whisper.
You wanna come back for this one?
Yes. I go.
Oh my. Oh. Maybe I should have bottle crowed there. Maybe not.
I cut a path. Silently.
Wait, can I grab that? Let me grab it. Let me grab it. Fucking listening comprehension. Let me grab this, please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I make my move. Yes. A step ahead. With quickness.
This guy's got a boat now.
Silently. Not a whisper. Silent running. Silently. Hear me out. I cut a path.
Oh,
Onward.
shit. Kunk is missing from mid. Motherfucker!
Yes. I'm under attack. Catch this.
God, dude, so annoying. Lucky fucking shit.
With quickness. I go. Onward. Silent running. I'm paid for your silence. I cut a path. Yes.
Where's Kunkka? Oh, there he is. Nice regen, bro. Nah, he's got nothing. I was thinking about going back to the base to like heal, because I'm scared that he'll combo me, right?
I go.
And I'm a little less scared now.
Yes. Silently.
Come on, give me the fucking
I
rune this
make
time.
My move.
Oh yeah.
Is that
There we go.
soundproof glass? Not a whisper.
I wish I had a TP. Oh well.
Yes. Shut your mouth. I don't even want to hear it.
You serious?
Yes.
Okay, man.
Yes.
Cast again.
I wouldn't hear of it. Not a whisper.
You serious? The fucking Tidebringer hit me?
Onward. I run.
Coming to game top.
Yes.
I want to kill PA. Kill PA. Go,
Your
go.
middle tower is under attack.
A step ahead.
Somebody kill something. Good job. Hardest skill of my life. This Kunkka's really annoying now. Jesus.
I go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silently.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is
I
under
make
attack.
my move. Silent running. Silent.
This fucking bitch. Yeah? You see me? You see me running a rune?
You
Cut.
haven't heard the last of this. I make my move.
Oh yeah, you're right here, eh, bud?
Coin for me. I'm under attack.
Jesus Christ, he does a lot of damage.
Attack! Stay with dominating. Double kill. I'll cut you down.
Hi, Wade.
Spinning
Dire
blade.
structures are fortified.
Oh, shit.
Regeneration. Onward. My edge.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Man overboard.
Wow, man, that Tidebringer is so fucking annoying. He's level 10 now.
Your middle
How much
tower
extra
is under
damage to get?
attack.
100? Fucking cunt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
From the ultimate silence, I return.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I go. Yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I'm not ready.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, shit.
Myself think.
Was clearly my mistake. Let me ask you a question. What if I survived the Tidebringer hit? Would it still be a mistake? Holy shit.
I hear the call
I got
once
him.
more.
Nice job.
Shush.
Oh my god, this skunk is getting another rune.
As the blades fly. Silent running.
Your top
I tanked
tower
tier 1
is
while
under
having low
attack.
HP? I had a regen! Why do you think
Silence is golden.
Okay, alright, man.
Yes.
I'm coming.
Your silence betrays. Yes. With quickness,
It's real, Ewan?
not a whisper.
Is that a real one?
The fuck?
My mind grows stronger with every kill.
You know, Almez, that's the difference. As you go higher in MMR, you try to push the limitations of what you can do.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I go. Yes. Shut up.
Invisibility.
God.
Yes. Get over it.
Oh shit.
I make my move.
Did Pudge use dismember just now?
With quickness. Silently.
Let me grab runes from now on.
I strike. I don't even want to hear it. Silently.
15-minute runes.
I go.
When did Ogre get this? I didn't even see him like close enough to grab it.
A step ahead. Yes. Shut your mouth. Silent running. Silent. I make my move. I go. Yes. Catch this. Yes. The way it suits me. Silently. Double damage.
Gotcha. Oh, saving him good, dude. Saving him good.
Shut it. Not a whisper. I cut a path.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
With quickness. Killing spree. I cut a path.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes. Silently.
Are they all named after some kind of plant, Doctor?
Quickness.
Dude, we're getting our asses kicked.
Silent running. I wouldn't hear of it. Yes.
All right, we're about to have Armlet in a bit.
A step ahead.
We went 1 kill, 16 deaths this morning.
Not a
Nice job,
whisper.
man. I'm coming top.
My move.
Holy shit, we're so weak.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onward. I go. Not a whisper.
Your top tower is under attack.
Coin me. Hear me out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well,
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
oh, regen.
Your top tower has fallen.
Hi, Jason.
I go. I gather back. Want to hurl. As the
You make me
blades
want to
fly,
hurl.
Onward.
Morning, Ian. Come on, let me farm, bitch.
With quickness. Silent.
Why did I get Armlet? Because it's the best item in this game. What are you talking about, man?
I
What are you,
make my
Rishad? What are you
move.
talking about? What?
I'm paid for your silence. Let no sound escape. I go.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Yes. Regeneration. Step ahead.
Go, go, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Silent.
Keep going, keep going, go, 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 go. Yo, 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 yo.
A step ahead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Got him. Yo, man, I just fucking manned the fuck up and fought them like a boss.
Shut up.
It's over
Top
9,000!
tower has fallen.
Yes. Gold steel. Onward.
Like a boss. Like a boss.
Not yet. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that was a lot of intelligence.
Not a whisper.
God, I feel like such a badass. Do I have enough for armor yet?
I cut a path. Shut up.
Now I do. Blade mail. Alright, get rid of this item.
Silent running.
Like a boss. Oh, he's gonna get. Oh, he's gonna get radiance, dude.
My move.
Oh, that's gonna be hard to toggle.
I go.
I'm scared.
I go.
Big brain, big balls. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What the fuck, man? Didn't toggle properly.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Moonlight! Use moonlight! Wah wah. I have 28 armor, huh? Do you see Mirana's triple leap? I did not.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
A step ahead.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Silently. I go. Not a whisper.
Why does everyone forget to like the stream? These guys are cheap.
With quickness.
You got bad memories.
Spinning blade.
How much damage does my Q do? 240?
I
Hi,
cut
Razak.
path. Yes.
Whoa, 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 what is he doing there?
Tower is under attack.
Silently. Yes. I make my move.
Fight over these runes, please. Here,
Silent running.
let's run and grab these runes.
Onward. Is that soundproof glass?
Your top tower is under attack.
Burn! Yes.
Going top.
Silence is golden. I'll cut you down. Silent
Ah, yeah. Like the stream, or the stream don't like you. You wanna fight me, PA? Just you, PA. No one else.
fresh mate.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Is
that a filter? I look black and white? So like Obama, I look like Obama?
Yes.
Oh boy. Get back if you can. I can't TP.
I go. Coin for me.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
With quickness.
Oh my fucking god, oh god, I don't even know what to say.
Silent.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hopefully they TP to try to kill me. Nope, not even taking the bait.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Bada bing, bada boom, what can you do?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Motherfuckers. Huh?
Advancement.
Huh?
Step ahead. Silent running. Shut it.
Oh man. What the fuck are you doing? Palm reported.
Hear me out. Yes.
Hey, chat. Wait, hey guys. When you hex someone, they still retain their passes, right? Or do they lose it? I think they still keep it, right?
Yes.
Can someone please answer this question? Thanks. I'm trying to think about whether I should buy sheep or not. Okay. To keep it? Oh, so that then okay, then hex is not good for PA then.
I go. I make my move. With quickness.
Big dick Dota.
Shadows, take us.
Let's go, DK.
Yes.
Big dick Dota.
Silent run.
Big dick Dota.
The end of this. My blade.
I'm coming back in. No, fight! No!
I wouldn't hear of it.
I killed somebody somehow.
Shh now. Silently.
I don't even know what to say. Fight him! The fuck?
A step ahead.
Oh my god. Oh, he died.
There is less to be heard.
Jesus Christ. Yo, help!
Yes.
Oh god. No, I should use my magic wand there.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Wah wah. What can you do?
Your
Ah,
top
that ogre
shrine
dude, that
is
Heaven
under
Salver
attack.
was pretty funny earlier. You took our weapons away. A whole bunch of us at the same time.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
I've never drank Red Bull. BJ, what are you talking about? See you later, tree.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
I dig that.
What the fuck? This is his items at 31 minutes? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, this DK sucks dick. Fortunately, this is an unranked game, so we're good in that aspect.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Their screams. Nothing more. Silently.
Your top tower
Yeah,
has
he's
fallen.
gone. Dude, this DK is so fucking poor. He basically has one fighting item and it's Maelstrom. But the problem is it's 32 minutes. Like he...
Yes. I cut a path. With quickness. I make my move.
No, no, don't wanna get... Oh shit, no. Buy back, Murana.
Oh shit. We just lose the game.
Yeah, we did. Fucking 48.6 HP regen per second, dude. Bunch died.
Tower is under attack.
You too, Pierre, you die, you fucking bitch!
You're done with me.
I think you wanted to die.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can you blame him? He's fat and ugly.
Are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
Oh man.
Top barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
No, what the fuck? Go. Fight. Don't die, Lulu. Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Good job, bait.
Look who's back. I go.
Well, this guy's has a fucking eggs. Oh, that's trouble.
Not a whisper. Onward.
My team has a decent underlord, really?
This.
Is he decent?
Onward.
Invisibility.
Not a whisper.
Yo, can we help this underlord? They don't have PA. Help him.
Shadows take us.
Oh man.
With quickness. The silence is broken.
Well, he's got his first full fighting item.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Yeah, no, they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't win.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Please spawn my.
Your bottom barracks
It's
are under
a
attack.
name from the.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy
Say that again?
now has mega creeps.
You're talking about Palm, but I don't know who that is.
Priestess of Moon. Priestess of the Moon. Mirana.
Take me!
Damn. We got steamrolled.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit!
It is an honor to be chosen for death.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bunch of fucking filthy casuals, Johnny.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I don't even know how they could not know Palm.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
You tell him, Lulu.
Well,
An Air
he will
Force
see
deck.
that we are in the party.
Hi, Siddharth. You know, Johnny, even I say Ricky instead of S.A. Come on. S.A.? Stealth Assassin? That's like how many syllables? 4. Ricky. Ricky! I believe Ricky is easier to say than S.A. S.A. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So Siddharth, what do you think of Ricky players?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey,
Yep.
Hi, Miyu Cake. Are we gonna be stupid today? Let me know. Okay, Kale? And haven't we had problem with you before? Ah. So what? Alright, let's check out Legger's video. Whoa, his Dota 2 looks so different. Do I drink daily energy drinks, Michelle? Yeah, I do. How has the top 500 grind been going? Not very well, Job. Not very well at all. The Skull Basher hits just... What are you trying to say, Siddharth? Hi, Jonathan. We're playing unranked games because we're taking it easy on this. Curtis, you have 15,000 hours? You serious? Hey, Rashman, You want to know about Canada? Sure, man. So Canada has lots of polar bears and igloos. If you don't know what an igloo is, it is houses made out of snow. We also have lots of maple syrup. Hockey players, eh? We love to eat poutine, which is French fries with a whole bunch of gravy and cheese. Fucking delicious. And yeah, there's no conflict because we're so polite and we always apologize. Where are we? Yeah, Canada is a great country. Highly recommend. Wagner wasn't playing Void, was playing his game. Hey, but it's... I don't know, Vinny. So, Kale, are we gonna stop being stupid? Answer this question, okay? You don't think terrain and weather effects have anything to do with internet connection? Ah. Talking about in-game. You just run away from Ricky with Skullbasher? That makes a lot of sense. Found the Indonesian. You still haven't sent me a polar bear's photo near your house, but I did show you some polar bears, Vinny. I have done this before. You love playing low priority? Alright. You thought Canada was just maple syrup everything? It is. Oh yeah? 11,000 matches. What's your MMR? Do you know about Canada universities for masters? That's a very vague question. Depends on the masters.
Please, no! 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 No!
Is this my Smurf account? Yes. But this Smurf account is 5k. And we're doing dumb builds. I mean, best builds. Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I said to you earlier, found the Indonesian. Wow, I would like to travel to Canada one. Yes, you should. Do you like hockey? Because we got tons of hockey. And snowboarding and skiing. Tobogganing. You're going to play Carry Crystal Main, is that what you're saying? Also love Canada, but you seem like American. What makes you think I seem like an American? Great question, Johnny. Hey, Ark, it's going pretty well. How are you? Is my mom or dad Asian? Yes, my mom and my dad are both Asian. Good night, Depian. I had to rush. 10 games remaining core and support 9. Probably over 9. Okay. Are you pro? Yes. Your best friend is in Canada? Oh yeah? What's his name? With my rank and original account? Around 1400. Carry Armlet CM. I mean, we could make it work. He was asking for my rank and not my medal, I think. Although sometimes people confuse the two. Blue Span's very Canadian. I am! Don't you know one? Don't you know a Canadian when you see one, eh? Jesus Christ. Glad to hear you're doing well. Blue Span, obviously. But who is this Blue Span? Carry scene will be pretty cool. I agree. Pretty cool for the enemy team. Heard of who? I'm kind of rude? Oh. How am I kind of rude? What did I say that was rude? I need you to answer this question, okay, bud? What's the most Canadian phrase you can think of? Sorry, I don't know.
Your turn to ban.
Smoke weed every day.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
See there, Yones. Do I use the Elgato Stream Deck? Yes, I do. What do Indians living in Canada make? They make curry? Explain. Well, Maz, you've dug yourself quite the hole, so now dig yourself out. Explain.
Your turn to pick. Your turn.
You fucking random brood mother.
Ooh, random.
Wow. This fucking Almaz guy just insulted Americans and Canadians.
How rude.
I know, right? Isn't that ironic?
It's a good thing he didn't insult Romanians because I'll show him something.
Your turn to pick.
Hold on, guys. I gotta think about a hero I'm gonna play, and I think it's gonna be Sniper. Sniper!
Your turn to pick.
Did Indian and Canada make Pani Puri? I don't know what that is.
How are you gonna build a armlet on a strength hero? Come on. What is this?
Okay, okay.
There we go.
Do I like anime, Ratchman? Yeah, I do.
You going offline or safe lane?
Me? I don't know.
Yes, you.
Hey, Donovan, we don't play on US West because Lulu lives in Europe.
Let's see. I think offlane is better for me because I get more
Yeah, that's what I think.
space with their jungle camp. I haven't played not mid brood for a while. I'm trying to remember how I read it.
Thanks, guys.
Do it! Just
You're
do
welcome.
it! I come lock, stock, and barrel. A no trajectory.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, if armlet's the better, you can consider that your
Good point.
Excuse me, but I'm still waiting for my fucking explanation, bud.
Full bore. My spotter guides me.
Well, Siddharth, you're in for a treat, bud.
Line of sight.
We're even gonna buy
30
Armlet.
seconds to battle.
The best fucking item in this game.
Run and gun.
It's a shot.
A lot of stuns down here.
The battle
Actually, they have a lot of
begins.
stuns.
Yeah, this is actually very anti-brood.
Time for target practice. Yes. Yes.
He didn't leave, he just doesn't know what to fucking say.
Rubik has a sentry, so watch out where you ward.
Spotted. On target. I spotter direct. Sure is shooting.
Excuse me.
You just want attention.
Oh, we have it. Look, see?
Yeah. As you say.
What the fuck, man? We need boots because we're fighting Razor.
Snipe hunt. Quick draw.
First blood.
First blood. Oh, that's how it's done. Of course. Spotted. Oh, a few bullets more. But it's okay. Spot on.
Can you destroy that?
New Crystal Maiden.
Actually, run.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Into the breach.
Ah, shit, I missed.
He got 8 damage. I think we can kill him now.
Of course. Oh,
Not enough damage. Oops.
That's not good.
just by a long shot.
Okay, well, I guess that's worth.
Hi, Sebastian.
Yes.
Dude, he didn't buy regen.
Guides me.
Oops.
Yeah.
What the? What the fuck?
As you say.
Oh, interesting skill build.
God, I'm bad.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Oh, we have another. He's scared of me, dude. Look at him. Look how scared he is.
Unknown trajectory.
He's dominating this lane. He's scared.
Gunpowder just
Rubik's Smith. Never mind, he's back.
sure is shooting.
2 more sentries.
Hi, Sunbur.
I have one.
Line of sight.
So he places it while diving again.
Yes.
So it's easy.
Spotted.
Invisibility.
Hi, Risana.
Full bore.
Wait.
Gun. My spotter direct.
Yeah, wait. Just wait. I'll tell you what to do. Get ready to frostbite. Frostbite. Come here. Frostbite him. Nice job.
Thanks for standing still. Yes. Of course.
お前はもう死んで
Stack
いる
this, please.
何
Never mind.
Yeah.
It's fine. Just grab the runes.
You probably have a sentry somewhere around here. That's where they got, so.
Heads down.
This'll come in handy.
Hold on one.
Into the spot on.
Where's the razor? He's gonna run at me in a sec.
I love being targeted. This is so great.
As you say.
It's quite the honor.
Literally 1v3, no problem. Easy.
Spotted. Trick shot.
I'm not gonna grab that.
Easy shot.
Do it.
Snipe hunt. Yes. Attack. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can
Sure
we
is
do something, Crystal Maiden?
Yes.
That's a good use of time.
I think I can kill him now that I have 2 shrapnel charge.
Yes.
Okay, we can kill him here. I think
Victory.
he's gonna get overconfident. Fucking uphill vision. Oh man, he's using regen.
Run and gun.
Oh man, he's fucking full HP. Oh, his static link is really low level.
Let's go on Shaman
They definitely have a sentry here.
anytime.
Hi Razzie, welcome back, bud.
If they push down, just go on Shaman.
My spotter
There we go.
guides me.
They're both gonna die now.
Headshot. Snipe hunt. Not yet.
That was too fast, sorry. That's fine though, that's pretty good.
Don't go in, Lulu. Okay.
Spotted.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My spotter guides me. Shoot 'em up. Ah. Run and gun.
We, Crystal, we can't go in when Gyro has slap.
Oh fuck, I have my wand charge. Actually, that would make a difference.
So, like,
Midas.
he's
yeah,
gonna
the
wait
one
to touch it.
Your bottom tower has been
But you
denied.
just gotta wait for it. Like, as soon as he finishes flat cannon, we can go.
And when was I rude? You keep dodging my question. Ugh.
Back at
Also
the
not a web
shooting
charger,
range.
so just chill. I'm gonna go in the jungle off this. Wave.
I'm ready to fight top. I'm coming.
Oh my god. So much
Fight, fight.
I've got webs.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Thanks, Razzie. Thanks, Andy.
Yeah.
Hey, kill Razor, okay? Go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Truer than ever. You got peeped.
I'm coming.
Oh fuck, I don't have TP scroll.
Radiant
Oh, nice.
structures
Well
are
played.
fortified.
Nice job.
Going ballistic.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You die. Uh-huh.
I'm running top, Johnny.
Yeah, let's go top.
Hi, Mikhail.
Flight cannon's down.
Hi, Silvio.
I have a.
I don't have a haste. So I'm
You
gonna
can
be
fight
a
him,
bit slow.
just run at him. I'm diving this.
Tracking.
Let's have a
Thanks,
go
Tiger.
at it.
Oh, thanks.
Of course. Gunpowder justice.
I feel like Gyro's too fast. Should I counter that with like diffuse or some shit?
The enemy's top tower has
What
fallen.
do you think?
That's a great question.
Spotted. Spot on. Uh-huh.
I can snipe that Rubik.
Not yet. Nice mark.
He's dead.
Let me back up a bit.
I can kill this Gyro.
Actually, there's 4 here. I'm going to Gyro.
Oh, he did my fucking.
Run like a run. Oh no. Yeah, well.
Easy KS. Calculated.
Yeah.
15-minute runes are almost up. Ooh, I see some more easy kills. Bounty Hunter, come on.
Into the breach.
Oh shit.
I am out.
Easy kills, no problem. Right?
Well, some people were killed and they were easy.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. Man, so much bullshit.
Your
Anti-brood.
middle tower is under attack.
It's amazing how well controlled it is. Oh my god! Oh sh!
Oh, the fucking armlet!
What the fuck? Armlet best item.
Yes.
That
was pretty sick, Grace.
Jungle. Oh, some of this to help me secure it permanently. So we
I'm
can,
always up for kills. Let me grab this first.
yeah, if you want to scout it out, and then we'll take it over.
Almost.
Yes.
There's a big wave here too, so just hang on.
Take this. That's gonna save. Yes.
Looks like 4 of them are bottom. Or 3 bottom, 1 mid. Razor's probably in the jungle.
Attack! Of course. Full bore.
Oh, found
Alright,
Razor.
Yoso.
Oh, he's left. Is there a sentry here?
Sure is shooting. Thunder in my shot. Snipe hunt. Shoot 'em up.
Oh, they're all mid now.
Spotted.
Good.
Someone mid.
What the hell? A new trajectory. Not yet.
This is not a good time to go in. He ulted for you. That's interesting.
So maybe if you thought more will come.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, this is fucking hilarious. That's great.
Ooh, there's a tracked razor here.
Your middle tower
TK
is
coming
under
top, too.
attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Use some ult.
I'm like, I'm fucking ulted. What are you doing?
I'm under attack.
Razor runs fast too, Jesus.
What is this sniper armlet?
Fucking
Radiant
badass.
structures are fortified.
My spotter guides me. Oh, a few bullets more. Yes.
Track arrow.
I'm not even stunned.
Spotted.
I'm fine. I'm not fine.
You got too much damage then.
Yep.
Check it out.
You should run. Yeah, stay 100.
Line of sight.
Yeah.
Juke, Lulu, juke. Nope. In my armor.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
It's not time. On target.
What's my next item, guys? I'm thinking about getting Scotty, to be honest. Oh wait, but we have a CK problem, don't we? Two.
Run and gun.
Maybe Mjolnir. Kind of want to get Scotty. Scotty.
We've got a lot of vision top. Should make some plays for you.
I really hope Gyro's not here.
You got smoke if we want to smoke him.
Monjo? I should make Monjo.
Smoke it when he comes up.
Monjo. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, 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 fight.
Mark for death. Thanks for standing still.
Easy.
Skull Basher? That sounds kind of fun.
Yes,
How many item slots do I have left?
Tower is
1,
under
2.
attack.
I have a lot of item slots, okay.
it's not time yet. Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Basher, I'm defeating Basher, guys. I don't know, but my attack speed's not fast enough for Basher yet. We need more attack speed.
Spotter direct. Whoa!
So what do you guys think about me buying Basher?
Uh-huh.
That's the best.
can do whatever you want.
After
Best?
coming.
I'm also coming.
I wish we could make place tough. Like, we can own this if we just all come.
I need out.
That was pretty good breathing.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I killed almost everybody.
Hey, Shakira, you can. Is one of these real?
No, I'm pretty sure they're all fake. Yeah, they're all fake. There we go. Easy track.
Nice.
Let's do some shit.
That was my armlet.
Not yet.
Let's go, sniper.
Pew 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 pew.
Dire structures are fortified.
Guys, I'm actually gonna buy Scotty. I got you, Lulu Chan.
I died with me.
Aww.
I love this, like, every time. He's like, alright. Let's hit the brood. Not a woman.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My spotter guides me. Yes.
Dude, I almost have.
I'm stalking a Rasta.
Line of sight. As you say. That's your thing. Snipe hunt.
Alright, I need another 1,000 gold for my Scotty.
Yeah. Gunpowder justice.
Is that a fight here? This is only 2 and they're really bad.
Quite possibly.
I'm coming. Arcade. Oh, there's 4 there.
We can totally just, like,
Your
Force
top
it.
tower is under attack.
otherwise I'm gonna go bottom. Alright, I'm gonna go bottom.
Line of sight.
Let's see if I can snipe this. Nope, I cannot. Wow, that was a long stop.
This is when I walk away.
Yeah. Not yet.
They have a sentry up there.
Yeah.
My
Also,
spotter
I may have given something.
Oh. Fuck. That's gonna fuck my Shadow Blade.
full bore. Yes.
Care Broodmouth.
This will come in.
Oh shit.
Shrapnel.
Why are they stalking me and why is our team not doing anything?
I think you're really far from the team.
Victory.
So once I get the Scotty, guys, any ranged unit that I hit moves at 55% move speed. And I think melee they move at like
Just this suggestion, guys. I think this is
80%.
Sure is shooting.
our side of the map. That's just my opinion.
I'm not ready. Yes. Body shot.
I'm gonna farm our jungle though, like everybody else.
Trick shot. Shoot him up.
Don't go that far, Lulu. They have a ward there.
There we go. These bitches gonna be slow as shit.
There's a regen here.
Mjolnir.
I think I can take this. Out.
Actually, do we even get Mjolnir?
Yes.
Holy shit, there's a CK on me, right?
Yeah, there's 3 here.
As you say. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Are we fighting here?
I think they're all together, so it's kind of
Yeah, I'm
risky.
pretty sure they're all here.
And if CK has us all, we're gonna lose. Here, I'm gonna pressure top so that there's less
No, man,
than bottom.
I'm not ready. Into the breach. Easy shot. Take this. You die.
There's a Manton CK.
Hey, Lulu, was it you who put the sword there?
Yeah.
So there is a spot to the left of that a little bit that shows the tier 2 vision.
Gyro Razor here.
Okay. There you go, Broodmother.
Space guys?
You're welcome. If they split Johnny, we can kill them. Oh, okay.
There's another
CK
one up here
bottom,
too.
easy rotation.
Oh, CK's bottom? He probably TP then.
CK bottom.
So we can...
There's the third.
CK bottom.
Kill that
Fight.
shaman.
An enemy's top tower has been denied.
Rubik top.
Well, they're all top. Except CK.
Except CK, not CK.
Yeah.
CK can't kill me. I won't.
I think I'm gonna hit the 2 or 3.
I'm gonna track who I can.
CK is still bottom.
Yo!
He's stuck.
Is he?
Stuck in his ward.
Enemy's middle
Oh
barracks
fuck!
has fallen.
I'm gonna click this guy!
He's trapped. That's unfortunate.
Somebody tip him. Yo, there's Rubik! Look at him!
No!
CK is still bottom.
Spotter guides me.
We're just slowly picking him off with here.
CK is just still fucking trying to fight.
Good. Let him waste his time.
Spotter directs.
I bet they want me. Look at me. I'm so fucking delicious looking.
CK is going top, I think. Finally.
Good. I feel like I should be scared, but I don't know. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh fuck, I forgot to use my armlet! Oh, I didn't think that would actually kill me.
I'm out.
Oh dude, I just gave 1700 gold to Razor. Damn it. Alright.
Shrine. Anyone need shrine? No?
Yeah, no one saw that. Fuck, my kill streak. Razor's 23 now.
Wah, wah.
Wah. Saw what? God, I thought I didn't know Razor's plasma field would do that much damage. I don't know exactly how much it does though. It's 185 times 2 at the max range,
There's a
so
dome, by the way.
it's quite a bit.
If anyone wants it.
Why don't you read it, Lulu?
How the hell did he see me? Does the bolt give vision?
Just take it, Liger. I don't need it.
I don't think that it does.
It shouldn't. I'm not going in. I'm not going in. I'm not going in. CK and Gyro and.
I'm going in. I'm here. I'm here. Come on, let's fuck these guys up.
Oh, okay, fine.
Get him, Johnny.
Of course.
That is. Oh, I'm the real one.
They're chasing spiderlings. So fight them. Look at this distraction. This fucking spiderling is the one we doing.
You'll get that Razor.
By the way, that's down the line. That's Rubik.
Be a Rubik.
Oh no, you died. You got me stunned.
Nothing of value is lost.
Oh, Liger. We're supposed to stun Liger. But he died and I got hit.
Yeah, I got Mjolnir in 33 minutes.
Wow, you're no better than that DK.
You better fucking run, bitch. You better fucking run. I got a Scotty, bitch. Where's Shadow Shaman? And Rubik. Whatever, they're a bunch of supports.
I'm not ready.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ooh! Ooh!
Yes.
Sniper!
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
You die.
Damn, that's for a year.
Line of sight.
No, I think we get Satanic and then we get Basher.
Yes.
But if and when we get Basher, what item do we get rid of? I'm thinking to get rid of Dragonlance, to be quite honest with you. Oh my god, look at that attack range. I'm scared.
Actually, I feel like they're gonna go top more than bottom.
Oh, I'm sure they're gonna go top. I am certain they're
I
gonna
feel
go.
like they're just hiding in base.
Oh my god. They're bottom! They're bottom! Man, oh, I was scared earlier and then I was like, okay. Maybe they're not bottom, and then they were bottom.
The enemy's top
I'm out here,
tower
I'm out here.
has fallen.
I got gangbanged.
We'll play sniper. I'm
Thanks, man. It's okay, making space for the team.
I feel like I'm too undurable.
You mean squish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
like,
scared,
really
dude. I was even trying to hide for a little bit here, right? I was like, hey, you're gonna hide for a
He
bit.
assassinated you.
Okay, I don't see them.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
That's
I think we're
shouldn't
good.
do that much damage.
Oh shit!
Was 44% bonus damage from his passive? Or is it 28%?
That's scary.
I think they need
So much damage.
escape items.
There's a Rubik somewhere. I mean, Shaman somewhere here. Where's the Shaman? Which one I saw? Yeah, I don't want to fight him. I'm gonna farm.
Invisibility.
English only. Last warning. Is that guy talking garbage, guys? That's Indian, right?
Yeah.
I think we've had problems with this Sharma guy before. What did you say, Daraj? What do you say, Lulu?
I have no idea. I don't talk Indian.
Oh. Do I want you to Google Translate? Sure, Lemon. Do it. What does Google Translate say?
On target.
Oh, CK's on Magnus.
They just love spiraling so much.
It's not Indian?
I mean, spiderlings are pretty juicy.
Oh.
Yeah, can you blame them?
I'm gonna go bottom.
My spotter directs. As you
I feel like I need a BKB, but I don't really want to buy a BKB.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
into the breach.
Oh,
Oh,
hey.
I got a BKB. I'm fucking ready for this. I hate all their
Let's have a
bullshit.
go at it.
Stop it, Johnny.
Look,
Stop it.
CK's here.
Easy shot.
You stop it.
Shoot him up.
Oh, I see Rubik. I see a Rubik.
Attack.
I can use Pajaro.
I can snipe him.
He's
Fight
coming.
bottom.
Uh-huh.
Go, Ruby.
Take this.
Double damage.
Alright, someone tell... Okay, I don't even know what he said.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Someone tell... Oh, whatever the message was said.
He's butterfly on Gyro.
Here's what it said. Oh, actually, here, I copied problem. There you go. So is it trash talking? Because if it's trash talking, I would like him banned.
Yes.
Nobody fucking talks shit about Lulu.
Aww.
Come on, leave your base.
We just get banned.
So what? So was it trash? Oh shit! Somebody's dying mid.
This is scary.
Oh, you guys should be scared.
I just shoot. I don't know what's real, but that's Rubik's.
Yo, I have a angry CK running at me.
Oh, okay, I found him.
Which one?
I'm out of web stuff.
He'll raise. BKB for what? We just need damage! More damage!
Just fucking gave up.
Got him.
It's okay, he's banned now.
Like I'm dead. Scotty is so nice. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yo, glad you like the Scouty.
Keep going.
Yeah, no CK doesn't have ultimate.
Dire structures are fortified.
I just need to make sure I don't get my damage taken. He existed for seconds. Hey, don't be scared, Brewmother. Bake him away, toys! Run away from Sniper! Yeah, you better run!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I ain't scared. No.
I think I just gave up, guys.
The enemy's middle barracks. The enemy's middle barracks.
Oh, you want some of this, Razor? You want some of this? Oh, no. Invisibility is invincibility. The CK wants my ass! Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, my damage! This one's a real one. Fucking Kage Bunshin. Kill Shadow 7. Look at him.
He's trying.
Kill Razor. Yeah.
Was that an Abyssal? Oh, that's Bounty Us.
Oh, I'm getting Abyssal next. Kill Shadow 7. Get him.
I'm coming.
Nice.
Oh,
Alright, I just need the vitality booster for my Abyssal now. Yo, I can attack him from here, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Slowly but surely, we got this.
Has fallen.
Oh, fuck. Can I do this? Can I do this?
There you go.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice.
wait, any more?
Bounty's got.
Got him. Alright, I feel bad now. I feel bad.
I feel bad. I do 1,000 damage one hit. Look at this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Maybe we sell boots next.
That's a good idea.
Oh, I just sold my boots. Game's over, guys.
The enemy's middle tower
Yeah, it is.
has fallen.
I'm trying to make my way back.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks
get my
has
building
fallen.
damage up.
You now have mega
Oh, I got Abyssal. Oh shit. There we go. Sniper!
This is a great game.
I enter
What
the
is this?
fray.
Did you enjoy this match? Huh.
It's
Close
like
game.
a survey for,
It's close game. Close game. Close game.
Oh yeah, 2 divines.
What a stop. Fucking 24 kill armless sniper. Or 27.
That's right.
With an abyssal blade and a satanic. Two divine rapier bounty. Holy fuck! How did we win that?
Second Divine Rapier.
Yeah, CK didn't have enough gold.
You
I
get
totally
1,000
forgot
damage.
about Midas. That's a great item. Probably second best item for sure. Midas.
But I thought it was Divine Rapier.
It's definitely divine rapier.
I mean, like, yeah, it's like step 1 Midas, step 2 divine rapier.
Well, hope you guys enjoyed that game. Yeah, I actually noticed an 8K player, like a top 100 player. He actually bought Basher on Gyro. I think it might have been in one of my games. You know, he bought Abyssal. I was like, I mean, Basher on melee versus range is not that bad. Like it's 10% versus 15%, which is not too bad, right? So, and Sniper has naturally pretty fast attack speed. So, as much as it looks like I'm trolling with my Abyssal Blade purchase, it's only half trolling. Yeah, you did like it. No, that was pretty epic. That was the one near the tier 2, right? Was Sven in that game, Vineet? No, it was very recently. Yeah, half trolling. I mean, I honestly, like, I wouldn't have built that Abyssal Blade if we weren't so far ahead. I was doing that just for the lulls, basically, but I mean, it does work, right? But there are better items to buy for sure. Like, I could have gotten Butterfly, or BKB, or Daedalus, but I was like, nah, I just really want to annoy them by bashing them with my fucking ranged right clicks. Okay, alright, fine. Hello, Madeira. Did I miss any comments, guys? Give me some comments. Thank you for the translations, friends. We're all trying to figure it out. Google Translate is not so accurate. Yeah, but it's funny. Thanks, Aditya. Wait. It's a version of Hindi. Ah, okay. Is that why you don't understand it, Devraj? Come on. Get your Indian game on. The bash is similar to your headshot, kind of similar. Yes, yes it is. Sniper's damage doesn't feel like a lot nowadays, or is it just my feeling? Holy shit, your name's hard to say. Is that an I or is that an L? Lasonus? So I didn't build for damage. It's not that Sniper doesn't do a lot of damage, it's just that I didn't build for damage. I built for tanky. So I bought Sanjin Yasha Satanic, so those two items alone tell you that, I mean, even Scotty, right? Like I bought like 3 tanky items, right? Cause I don't know, I just wanted to be a badass and tank a lot of shit. I also didn't want to buy boring King Bar, so I stacked status resistance. So we have 16 from Sanjin Yasha and 30 from Satanic. So I don't know, when they stun me or whatever, I basically only took half the time. But I mean, I could have just instead of like Sanjin Yasha, Scotty, Satanic, I could have gotten Butterfly, Daedalus, Monkey King Bar, some shit like that. But nah, I just want to be tanky. I just want to run at them and watch them run away from me. I think so, Lulu. I think I kind of remember his name, so that's why I kicked him out. What hero do you prefer playing in mid lane? I like to play Lina. I actually kind of suck with her, even though I have 300 games with Lina, but I like to play her. I mean, I don't suck that bad at Lina. It's just I can't really play her like at like high 5k, you know? Like 4k no problem, but like high 5k, like I just start feeding too much for Lina. Bro, there are like 1 million languages in India. I don't believe you. Can an Indian person tell me if there are 1 million languages in India? I don't think so. I know there's 1 billion of you fuckers. But I don't think that every 1,000 of you have 1 language each. You know what I mean? I don't believe that. Some people don't really have a life. Yeah, that's true. Is it raining in Canada? No. Why do you think it's raining? Yeah. It's probably raining where you are. That makes a lot more sense. Hi, Pervin. I wanted to practice OD. I wanted to practice OD? Do I? Hey, Lemon, we're talking about Lina, right? Yeah. I just yeah, I don't know, I just die a lot when I play in high level games. Not 1 million for sure. See, I fucking knew that the Raj guy was lying. See? Devraj is not pure Indian? I don't think he is either.
Your turn to ban.
You might find a change in language in India every 5 kilometers.
Remaining. Your turn to pick.
Thanks, Kabita.
Oh shit, the last one.
The last what?
Magnus disconnected.
Oh, I'll be fine. No
He'll
worries.
be back.
Okay.
It's okay, blue disconnected.
10 seconds.
The color
remaining.
blue, not blue.
Yes.
I actually checked. I was like, what?
That thing about not being pure Indian hurt. Okay, how about this, Devraj? Why don't we meet in the middle, okay, Devraj? You are almost pure Indian. Lulu-chan, there's somebody who loves you. On the stream chat.
I replied last time with okay. He didn't get it back then. Should I try again?
Yeah, do it.
Say thank you next time.
Your turn to pick.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Then they should say no thank you. Don't take Johnny's advice.
Or just a casual thanks. Not even a thank you, just a thank.
Now I'm a polite person when I reject people.
You can also try duly noted.
5 seconds remaining.
That's cool, I guess.
That's cool.
Great.
Oh yeah, that works.
I think I want to finger some bitches.
Well, this looks greedy if we're gonna do Lion, Zeus, Lich, Invoker.
And we can do 5 intelligence
It's a
team.
support Zeus, right?
Oh man, like.
Sand King's a strength hero, right?
Alright, this is gonna go bad day.
Yeah, Sand King's a strength hero, but Ogre is actually intelligence.
Let's see what happens.
Alright, okay, no, I think I've decided that I'm playing Lion.
In before the anti-mage pick.
Your turn to pick.
Oh.
Your turn to pick.
Lager, are you
Whatever. 5 intelligence, let's go.
Not even close to Raj. 1652. Oh, Ali.
This is my first Invoker game in like 5 months.
We fucking lost.
Yeah, like, just saying.
We're fucking lost.
It's okay, I'll carry you
We're
guys.
losing.
Yeah.
I'm playing Glitch.
Alright, no problem.
I don't know why I have weird feelings when looking at Lion's nipples sagging on his chest. I know why. I know why he has weird feelings. Let me explain it. Your name. You are gay. Boom.
And his name is John Cena!
Sorry, homie. Sorry, man. Unless that's a good thing, in which case.
Wow, Ogre runs without moving his feet.
Me too, BJ. I feel naked, but some people like the naked. Am I right? Your name? Am I right? Gay.
I like them naked.
Prepare for battle.
You like lion's nipples?
No. Did I say anything like that?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
I said I like them naked. I did not say I like lion naked.
Use the pronoun, and the last subject they were talking about was lion's nipples. So.
Forward.
Gay.
To hell and back. Why not?
30 seconds to battle.
Damn, that's gay.
Very.
Hey man, do you like it up the bum bum?
I go like the
Do you like the pee pee in your mouth? I'm an adult, guys.
Oh hell yes.
Dun dun. Dun dun.
The battle begins.
Oh man.
Billy's.
You like the finger in the bum bum?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you do. Gee.
I go like
Juggernaut mid? Oh, he's decked out, dude. Look how shiny he is.
not today.
I got the deny.
Hell's no.
Oh, they block.
Man, I want that last hit. Good.
You got this, Liger. I believe in you. Also back up with Creeps push.
Where's the
It's
fight?
pretty easily in, actually.
Yes. Lionize.
Sucky, 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 sucky!
After them.
Just run the
I missed that last hit. Are you serious?
To hell and
He doesn't have mana for. He can't spin
Oh, then I
anymore.
forgot.
first blood. Why not? But
Fuck it, I'm missing all my last hits.
verily.
Fucking missing all my last hits.
Forward.
Oh, damn it. Too much gay conversations.
Onward. Yes. Prowling.
Sucker, sucker. Yeah, you better fucking sell. Or else I'm gonna give you up the butt. Juggernaut.
Feel my claw. Oh, hell yes. I'll put the
Sucky, sucky, sucky.
more power. Attack.
Your top tower is
Hi,
under
Dana.
attack.
Oh, hell yes. Verily.
Sucky, sucky, sucky,
You got
sucky.
the fairy fire. Good time for you to come back.
Midas.
Prowling.
I'm gonna fucking finger this guy up the bum.
I go like the devil.
Oh, he's got a wand now.
Die at my hand.
Oh, buddy. You're making it hard for me.
Forward.
Oh, shit.
Next time. Yes. Why
I hope I don't get ganked by one of the supports. That would be
There's a
terrible. Oh,
Notebook. You can kill all of them.
I don't have mana.
Yes.
You don't need mana. You need right clicks.
Yes.
oh, he can spin. He can spin. Or can he? It's 100 mana, right? No, 110. Oh, he was really close to it. If he used wand, maybe he could do it.
Cash in.
I'm fine.
To hell.
Suck him dry. Dude, I'm about to hit 6 and then this guy's gonna get the fucking finger.
Why not?
Oh yeah, just next wave, next wave, next wave. We'll do it next wave.
Denied.
I'm gonna fucking finger your asshole butt.
Prowling.
I'm gonna finger your butt. You're licking up the butt. Like your name? Like up the bum bum?
We could.
Going to grab the.
Nice.
Oh fuck, he actually has it.
Oh, they are.
When did he get it?
Face your death.
Ogre went to grab the
Your
ruby.
middle tower is under attack.
When did he get that? I thought I sucked him dry.
Hell cannot.
Fucking, I thought I sucked him dry.
Liar.
Got him. Fingering up the bum bum. Nani?
Nice.
Juggernaut's missing from mid.
Yes. Such strength.
Oh
is
fuck.
yes. Forward.
Dude, he can fucking run and Omni Slash me, huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that is dangerous.
I grow like the devil.
Oh. That's dangerous.
Ogre's missing.
Especially since I don't even have boots.
Not that way though.
Hell
Fuck.
yes.
Fuck.
Yes.
Uh-oh. We gotta make sure we don't get Omni Slashed.
Hell and back.
Yes. Onward. Take that. To hell with you.
Oh, you know I'm gonna have level 2, what's it called?
Ogre and Sand King are missing.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there's Ogre. Ogre.
Yes. Verily.
Alright, we have level 2 Seki. Ogre Ward, are you sure? You sure about that? Seki.
Yes.
Come on. Wait, career.
Where's the fight? Forward.
That Juggernaut just fucked right off. Easy farming lane. Oh, there he's back.
Your top tower is
Oh,
under
buddy, he's
attack.
gonna Omni Slash me. Omni Slash me over here, bud.
Prowling.
Sucker.
Why not?
We're gonna finger him. I don't think he knows that I have finger, but I have it. Oh shit, what a fucking nice play. Dude, he has enough mana! I'm dead. What a good
Tower
Juggernaut.
is under attack.
God damn it.
I'm just getting free farm at this point.
Where's my Midas? That's what I get for trying to fuck with him. This is not a ranked game. It's okay, I have Midas.
We can do.
Finger this guy.
This time, I've brought hell back with me. That devil to pay.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ogre's no longer bottom, by the way.
Yeah, he's been top for a
Your
while.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, hell
I'm just saying I'm not gonna continue calling.
A fitting bounty.
Your top tower is under attack.
I could do with more of that.
Oh, they're gonna get that.
Rages.
Oh shit, there's a fucking ogre over here.
I have ult.
Oh no, I was just about to fucking hex him.
Wait for next wave.
Maybe if I hex the jug first and then I finger the ogre.
They'll come for this DS. Okay, go, go, go.
Oh, this jug's doing so well.
You got him, right?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, shame. It's okay.
You know what? I don't even care that I'm losing to this jug. I'm having fun.
Come get some experience, get your level 6.
Fuck. Alright, got the 90 damage.
You're not able to buy mana boots from Side Shop anymore?
Yeah, you can.
That's what I thought. She was
you
just
talking
a
about?
Side Shop. Well, Liger went all the way to Secret Shop instead of Side Shop.
Maybe he just
I was
doesn't know.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I wasn't sure either. Or we can kill this Yanking again.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, that's our fortify.
He'll come for. Oh, there's an Abaddon here.
Oh no! He killed me again! Oh god! God damn it! Oh god, my TP scroll cooled down. This jug's gonna be fed.
Your top tower. is
Holy
under
shit.
attack.
Hey, do you have TP? Oh shit, no you don't.
I fucked up there. That's my fault. I should have Midas this
Oh,
screen
he's even got a
something
diffusal now.
before I Midas him.
Oh, hell.
Top?
Top tower
Fight top?
I
Anyone?
would cancel it. Cancel it.
Ah,
tower
damn it.
has fallen.
Hello, did ya? Oh, dude, this guy's got diffused now. He's hella deadly.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I wanna sucky this
Your
juggy
middle
juggy.
tower is under attack.
Hey, Nicholas. I'm a better carrier player, but I like to play support. Oh, Juggy! He knows my, like, I keep doing the exact same thing, but he knows my tactics. Sucky, 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 sucky!
Why not?
Yeah, always after me.
Feel my claw.
Okay.
Stay bottom.
Oh, revenge, baby! Thanks, buddy. Mm.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
God, that felt great.
Abaddon and Ogre are roaming now.
Okay. You want to see something really funny?
Oh shit. What a ball.
Easy. Easy,
This
easy,
ogre
easy,
thinks
easy.
he's so cool, but he's actually
I know,
not.
right? He's just a fat ass.
Yes.
Don't worry, my power spikes in the mid game, guys. 15 minute runes. 15 minute runes.
Forward.
Here, let's get a kill top.
You stay bottom. I'm scared. Chug went mid again.
Dun dun dun.
Oh, yes. You will pay. After them.
Oh, that's a lot of farm mid.
Can we get some more vision on the map?
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Your Steam got hacked, did it? Yeah, really?
Where's the fight?
Your middle tower.
How'd you
has
get hacked?
fallen.
No one's missing. I'm scared.
Yeah, that's why.
Found the jug.
I'll put the squeeze on you.
Actually, no, I don't want power treads, I think. I want Boots Travel.
What a boss.
Thank you, Slow Abaddon.
Yes.
Is this true? You clicked on a link that says free Arcana? You got scammed? I'm sorry to say. Was it porn? Was it gay porn?
Verily.
Radiant
I'm gonna
structures
finger
are
an asshole.
fortified.
I'm gonna finger an
Dire
asshole.
structures are fortified.
Was it lion porn?
Yes.
Was it gay lion porn?
Okay, three for that tower. It's kind of funny.
Hey, Invoker, you ready to?
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Yeah, get ready to Sunstrike, okay?
Cannot be ward.
Not ready for sunset.
Oh, buddy. No! Okay, Zeus. Zeus saved me. No, I missed. You missed. Wah wah. Oh fuck, there's a lycan here. No!
Yes.
I want him. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh
They
shit. Oh
have a
shit.
ward there.
Not.
Oh, I almost died to that jug earlier. That's screwy.
Sand King has a.
Onward.
Thanks for the mana boost. Get out of that glitch.
Prowling.
Yeah, other
Devil to pay.
Yeah, I feel like he's got friends.
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh, hell yes.
Let's get back at 4. These guys are definitely a party.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm coming.
Sand King doesn't have his ult.
Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't have a teleport.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Zeus, you use your ult before you die, Zeus.
Your middle tower is under
Oh
attack.
shit. It's not good. Fucking Oblivion stuff, we.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Needed to finish my heals there.
Oh my god, they're pushing high ground.
Has
He has a
fallen.
blink, by the way. I think.
Okay.
Why not?
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle
Wah wah.
Why not?
You got the light.
Where's the fight?
Hi, Fuse. Welcome back. Satria, I'm mid, motherfucker. And I'm 3 and 4. It's not bad.
Verily.
Later power spike, you know.
Maybe go bottom next, 100%.
Oh, hell yes.
We can kill this ogre if we can catch him.
Yeah.
Prowling.
I'm running at him. Run.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nice.
Got him.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Kill this guy. Oh, careful. I panicked.
Oh shit, I'm
Oh
dead.
shit, yeah. I panicked. My bad.
Oh, good.
What do I push? All the buttons.
Anxious, you're too late, bud. Way too late. We started 2.5 hours ago.
You can teleport for 16 seconds.
God, whose idea was it to play 5 intelligence team?
Your bottom
I said we were gonna
tower has
lose.
fallen.
It's okay.
Your bottom
This
tower
Jug's got a fucking orchid.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Uh-oh.
Fucking too many. I'm too slow.
I don't fear hell.
Subai could have gotten out of that.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Oh, GG.
Yeah, that's GG. Oh man.
I feel like when I picked, I would say second picked Invoker, that was already pretty YOLO, and then you guys
Yeah,
went, like
no,
full
no.
YOLO, so we just lost.
Never go full retard, guys. Come on.
Your bottom barracks
Like
has
this
fallen.
was an action.
But I thought this is what Boost fan stream teaches us to go full y'all.
I've never said that.
No?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
What happens if your team goes full retard?
I've never
you
said
gotta
that.
do it, or-
Definitely not.
Under attack.
I also remembered that.
All right, you know, if I did say that, then it would be second pick
Your
Invoker's
top
fault.
shrine is under attack.
I've still got my pride.
I agree with this. My fault.
Your top shrine
There you
has
go.
fallen.
Get him, boys.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has
We should get
fallen.
back with. Like that
Yeah, they're
DD
just
is not
steamrolling.
important at all.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Mommy! Oh yeah! Pop your spells.
I have no ult.
Now you do. Come on, Johnny!
Your top barracks are under attack.
Damn. You know what? You know they're just a bunch of fucking
Your
tryhards.
top barracks are under attack.
Yeah.
Your top,
Look at them with their proper team composition.
your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks
Well,
has
next game
fallen.
should be easier
Enemy
because of
has
how
mega
coordinator.
weapons.
All right, next game we're gonna.
Max try hard.
Yeah, that's right. we gotta compensate.
Yeah, we gotta compensate.
Your middle
Really?
tower
Or we
is
can
under
go
attack.
full y'all again?
Time to take
Full
matters into my own
compensate.
hand.
Oh wait a minute, I might have to play techies.
Max. Max try
Your
hard.
bottom shrine is under attack.
Sorry, this game, this party's full.
You can play techies, but only if you get like.
Never mind, it's
27
not
kills,
full. This guy's going to sleep.
2 deaths.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You can play techies only if you get 27 kills
Your bottom shrine is
7
under
minutes
attack.
in 27 minutes and only two deaths.
27 kills,
No, those
2 deaths, 27
count.
minutes.
Your bottom shrine is
deny.
under attack.
So one kill per minute.
That sounds oddly specific. You know what? I'm gonna try.
But try doesn't count though.
All right, okay.
Try, you gotta do it.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
All right, tell you guys what. I'm gonna go. I will go full retard, but you guys can't. How about that?
You guys just want to let the megas end it? This is kind of dumb.
Aw.
Like just let the megas end it.
Yes.
They're just fucking around right now.
Die as one.
Oh yes.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Your middle tower.
Where the
has
hell
fallen.
are they? What the
Yeah, I know.
doing?
They want to Roshan and they want to like Fountain down
Holy
the
shit.
Told you.
Your
Told
middle
you.
tower has fallen.
Oh shit! I gotta use my Midas.
Like, no.
Your
I know.
ancient is under attack.
You're slowing them down.
Oh hell.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Radiant.
No, see, I saw what they were doing. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking like not even that.
I believe him.
All right, compensation time.
All right. All
Also,
right.
I need to re-invite.
Okay.
Invite them.
All right. Yeah.
See you later.
What's your friend ID number? See you tomorrow, Liger. If you give it to me in 2 minutes, I will invite you.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab something to drink in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. Do I like gay peoples? I think that they're just like everyone else. Why? Are you a gay peoples? Ali? You gay? All right. Waiting 1 more minute to start this game. Oh, Morty. Oh, shit. Hey, Elliot, I'm just asking you too, man. Sorry, Young Dreezy. Sponsors only. How do you sponsor? That is an excellent question. Yeah, let me show you. So to sponsor, you actually just press this button. And normally you have to join at least the 2nd tier or the 3rd tier. 3rd tier. to play party games, Aditya. But I'm gonna give you this one for freebie, okay, bud? Alright, what's your name, Aditya? Who are you in Dota?
I'm back.
Not Jerix. This is one of my Smurfs. Can you give me your friend ID number, please, really quick? So, your friend ID number is in your profile. You click on it, and the number is right here. Are we gonna be good this time, bud? Alright, BJ, let's drink some water. Good idea. You're gonna come to Canada next year? Am I gonna meet you? Why would I meet you? Friend ID number. Come on, man. Give you new job? You're new to my country? That's a lot of begging in here. Why do you think that I would do anything for you? Let's be real here. I don't even know you. I've never seen you before. And now you're gonna act like we're best buds and then I'm gonna give you a job? What? Go to apply to McDonald's. Alright, Johnny, you get a place to live. Man, I cannot wait so long, dude. If you give me your friend ID number before this queue starts, then we can play. You know what I really don't like, guys? Beggars. So, please, kindly, stop begging. Thanks. I don't understand that. Like, you come here, you act like I owe you something. What makes you think that I owe you anything? I beg as well? When did I ever beg? When did I beg? No. Give me one example of me begging. Go ahead. I'll wait. I'm listening. I'm waiting. Good answers. English only, please. No, I've never asked for any. I didn't demand any of you guys give me money. If you want a service from me specifically, like, oh, Bluespan, play this hero. Then I'm like, okay, well, if you want a service, then I ask for a fee. That's called a business transaction. It's okay, BJ, as long as you didn't mute him, because I'm waiting for his fucking answer. So my question? Oh, you kids.
Oh, we got a game.
Actually, I'm done. Alright, here, let's try this. Who here doesn't like money? Or doesn't
Your turn to bat.
need to work for money?
5 seconds remaining.
Please stop begging equals begging.
Your turn to pick.
English only, please. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I gotta play techies, so.
Mr. Service guy, how much would it cost to not play techies?
Your turn to pick.
Oh god.
Can I get a quote for that?
Alright. Alright. Give me $100. I won't play techies.
In the meantime, I'll
Alright.
pick.
I will do that.
Your
Just-
turn.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Whoa, $105 to play techies? Sure, Andrew Johnson.
5 seconds.
I'll do
remaining.
that. I can't pick my hero guys yet because I don't know what's going on.
Someone pick.
Oh fuck, he's joking. Fuck. Damn it, Andrew Johnson. I thought you were good.
My god, you guys lost so much gold.
It's okay. They'll make it back.
I'm waiting
killing
for money.
The enemy.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
We're gonna play Core Vengeful Spirit, guys.
Vengeful Spirit carry.
Who's their offlaner? Sand King, right? So who's the mid? Glad you like your support heroes, Ram Danny.
No tech.
Haha! Haha, no tech. I already not picked techies.
No, he's a man of his words.
Thank you, Mr. No Techies.
Doesn't need to be before or after. It's just
To be fair, he also didn't say no techies disc.
Prepare for battle.
My friends, this one is in the bag.
You know, you're right.
Egg in the bag.
All I said was don't pick techies. I never said for how long.
That is true.
Could be a permanent ban for techies. Who knows?
Because it's so ambiguous, we both get the
Shall be broken like a
doubtful interpretation.
Where do you want the word?
Yeah, let's not be fucking
30
smart
seconds
aleck
to battle.
here. All right. Begging means asking for stuff, like money.
Nice.
We all knew what it meant, right, Alfandi? Jesus Christ. Anyways, when you guys ask for something,
I am there.
let's get back, please.
Hey Magnus, grab our rune.
Battle begins.
You got it?
Never mind, I got it. I tried hooking layers, but I got no.
Faster. Very well. To battle. By my will.
Wanna fucking rectic battle me, Dark Willow? Come on.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Oh, let's run. Keep running.
Defrost.
I need a wand. Holy shit.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, me too.
Last. Four. This is how it's done. You shall feel.
Willow's almost out of region.
So, Alfandi, are you trying to act smart because you got your answer from Google? Am I understanding that correctly?
He's almost out of-
Do you think that makes you smart?
I mean, she has
Oh
one
my
tango
god.
left.
So any
well,
garbage
no,
that
she's
you
out
find
of
off of
tangos now.
Google, you think that's the correct answer and that's what people are talking about? Oh my god.
Let my vengeance soar.
Let me ask you a question, man. Does this sound like I speak English with an accent?
There. To you.
Go on, Warlock. Go on, Warlock. Nice job.
Dark Willow's gone.
There to eat.
No.
Nice hook. Well played.
I fly.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Wait, I want to deward that ward. Okay. Oh, fuck.
By the bloody pina.
Keep running.
Yes.
Okay, back.
You are mine. Not that way.
This bull is dead.
By Skoriok's talents.
I think he's gonna Oh shit. Body blocks. Holy fuck. I'm not gonna kill him though.
If you insist.
We don't got this. We don't got this. I'm gonna take one of those turrets for you.
So shit. That thing travels far.
The time has come. Sweet have vengeance.
Maybe this one I saw on the board.
Stare. By Skriok.
I'm just harassing for a bit.
By the bloody fingers of Avinova.
Fuck. I'm missing these last hits.
They're in his
Hey, grab bounty runes, guys.
Tower is under attack.
Ogre's coming.
Let my vengeance soar.
I see.
Hey, Lich, we can go for their rune.
He's in here. Oh, he's coming for you. I'm grabbing runes.
Go, run at Warlock. No, don't go for ours. Run at Warlock.
I am
Never mind.
Pretty sure I can hook this Willow.
by my wings.
Wow, I think there's a lot of damage, huh?
Yeah, brambles are pretty bad. I knew they were gonna go on me. I was a little
Fight!
I thought I could save you. Didn't think brambles.
Nice job.
Yeah, and I could have pressed the attack right at the end, but I wasn't quite fast enough. I'm so slow right now.
Ah, fuck.
Nice.
You shall be broken like my wings. Faster!
Ogre's missing.
That's really weird.
No, found him.
The Skylar, Styler, stare.
Oh, that's coming around.
He's fine. I'm just harassing.
I am not
Hey, I'll add you later, okay, man?
It's kind of nice.
There's a lot.
Clearly, Ogre and Willow aren't in a party, and Willow wants to carry somehow. But Willow's not as good of a player.
Yes. As you
Thanks.
Nice. Huh.
ABC.
with the vengeance.
Oh.
Die.
Hey, Ali, I'm thinking about buying Mask Madness.
Vengeance flying.
She got face boots.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I see the whole thing. She wants to hear.
Yeah, with her 175 attack speed talent.
I don't know if I want Mask Madness. I kind of want to use my abilities.
And her.
Thank you.
Thing is shit hard.
Vengeance soar. As you may. Tonight, my next. The time has come. If I must.
Actually, I don't know if I want Vlad's either. Maybe we just get Satanic in the end. Oh shit, there's an invisible gyro down here.
Oh, we're stuck here. Oh, there's a warlock here. I'm out.
Sorry, the brambles are kind
That's fine. The warlock
Hey,
here too.
Lulu, get it down here. Get down here. Get away from that area.
That hurts.
I am not.
Could have killed him if the warlock wasn't here.
Okay, we're good.
Faster.
I'm back. Yep.
I fly.
Hey, Raz, you have to use Control Shift right click. I think. Is it? I'm pretty sure that's how you do it.
of. Yeah, I knew Warlock was there. I was kind of, we were both being cocky.
Yeah.
I am.
Hey, let's kill Gyro. Come on, run at him.
Okay.
Your top tower is under
There's Sand King top too? What the heck? Where's that 4 top?
Nice.
Oh, we should have punished that.
By Skria.
Can we get some rotations for this dive?
There's like 4
is
top.
under attack.
You guys are good for now.
By the bloody bin.
I don't have a TP.
I missed my duel. My bad. Too slow. Get back.
Hey, get those bannerings.
No, we can't.
Yeah, we can't.
Lich.
Bombs for the dead.
Hey, let's grab that and come kill Gyro again.
Vengeance flies beside.
Yeah, punish this gyro. There's 4 top constant. Ogre's heading mid. Sand King is also heading mid.
Good.
Nope, Sand King's still here. Sand King's coming back.
Run at Gyro.
Yeah, Gyro's by himself.
He's
Sand
dead
King's still
again.
top.
I'm gonna go mid.
Okay, I'll
Nice.
I actually
leave
got mid a
some
while ago.
experience here.
As you
I'll leech some experience. I'm almost there.
promise of revenge.
They should rotate for this.
Revenge.
TP out, I think.
Hey, Ali, hide it's fine, man.
But
Yep.
Dire structures are fortified.
they've got to rotate for this.
But Gyro may never play Dota again.
There's 2 there at least, I'm sure.
Oh man, that sentry's gone.
They really want to secure that Willow farm.
I can't imagine Willow being good without fun. As a carry.
Your top
Run
tower
at
is
Sand King.
under
Satan is
Yeah,
Oh, it's Warlock. Okay. Hey, get back. Get away from the tower.
Nice. Fighting.
Good duel. Oh, Dark Willow's here. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
There wannabe carries here. That's a bad TP for Willow.
Yeah, it is.
You're by yourself, Fudge. All alone. I'm pretty TP.
the skies.
Sounds good to me.
You are
Gyro might be top.
Sand King's top.
fly.
Gyro's here.
No, yep, told you.
Do you need me top?
Will have to do.
I'm coming.
Nope, don't.
Oh shit.
He was hasted.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say he got an action move as well.
I am.
No,
I did know that.
no, that was my fault. I should have backed earlier.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hey, Razzie means Aghanim Scepter. Anyways, I'm not sure that's a good item on Core Vengeful. Maybe it's good on Revenge 4, but not Core Venge.
Flex is unleveled. 3 mid.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm ready for ganks.
I don't think you're going. Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you did.
AFK clinks for the win. Stick this tower, because they're all bottom. Venge. There's like 3 heroes bottom.
Yeah, I'm good. It's okay, Razzie.
I got best item.
Oh,
Gyro
yeah.
here.
I'm about to buy it
Can we
myself.
fight?
Shit. Get back, get back. Thinking. Okay, never mind. Clinks is here with us too.
Oh shit. I wanted to use my ulti.
Clinks started CSing creep instead of hitting the gyro.
Yeah,
He killed-
that's not a reliable clinks.
He killed the golems.
Farm before kills.
The Venge is alone. 4 top. This over rotation 1v5 stack. So easy to deal with. 15 minutes. There's 5 top, I think.
Dire structures.
Oh, Fandy, I'm glad that you asked that question. Does that answer it?
Let my vengeance soar.
Yo, if you see Charo,
Yeah,
Fall.
he's gone.
you ran past the tier 2 then.
I'm gonna grab that invis.
Okay.
You shall be broken.
I think we should try to kill something. I'm sure we don't have a smoke, but other than that would be cool.
By Skryok.
Oh, there's a lot of people on the triangle.
Nice
Oh
swap.
yeah, thanks man.
You got tanking here.
Pro
I know. Everything.
neutral ogre or centaur.
Faster.
I'm fine.
By the bloody pina.
Oh, Jaro's bought a bunch of wards.
He's been de-warding all game. Well, maybe not all game, but he de-warded these earlier.
Vengeance flies beside me.
I have blink now, by the way.
Nice.
You got dust.
By my wing.
Somebody shows up, I'm gonna jump him.
Alright.
Regeneration!
You shall feel my talent.
Your top tower is under attack.
Easy tower.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I like this Venge armlet. So good.
I know, right?
Yes.
Wait, they don't even have that many right clicks.
Illusion.
Ah, whatever. You can't deny LC unless there's a DOT on him.
Like a promise of revenge. My sentiments.
We should fight top.
The enemy's top tower has
So I think
fallen.
it's 2 bottom. I'm gonna jump below.
I'm right behind you. I have dust for Sand King.
Holy moly.
The dieback on there. No rampage? Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Lyskriot's talents.
And his name is John C.
Thank you, thank you.
King got 30 HP per second regen.
Sounds a lot, like a lot.
Didn't I buy this? Oh, it's not.
They
I almost
TP,
died.
you got it cool.
I'm hoping. Oh, I see
Let's,
it's me.
let's kill.
Oh shit.
Where's my quarterstaff?
Dust. That's tank
Oh.
dust.
He's dueled.
By the bloody.
Easy toggle. Arm the death out of him. I want to duel again.
Alright.
Got maroons.
I don't have to duel. How did that hit me? What the fuck?
Probably click on the creep and it hits around an AoE around the creep.
Yeah, it's like... That's so...
Pretty bad.
Oh, it's around the creep?
Yeah. Yes, whatever he clicks on.
That's pretty... 3 seconds on duel.
I see their carry.
Oh, I just got canceled my blink.
I'm in the triangle, like farming neutrals.
Nice! Fudge! I'm gonna die here.
Your middle tower
I
is
am
under
also
attack.
dead.
I'm farming neutrals.
Yeah, you're doing so well, Benj.
Thanks.
It's okay. We got that carry.
Let my vengeance soar.
Yeah, carry dead. Again. So worth. I need an anti-bullshit bar.
That sounds boring as fuck, bro.
No, it's the bullshit bar. It's the best. Dude, this is max tryhard game. Come on.
Of course.
I fly.
Kill him. It's what do you call
I
it?
cannot fly.
Oh, yeah, right. I almost missed that. Oh, I still have my clarity.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
GB here.
As you wish.
Holy fuck, you do a lot of damage. What is that shit?
I know, right? I got a butterfly.
Butterfly, that's why.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna jump somebody.
Alright.
I'm gonna jump this warlock.
Got a delivery for someone. Billy, you want?
A delivery, you say?
The time has
Yes.
Oh,
Slowly
yeah?
come.
Oh, there's a fight here.
Here you go.
Oh, let's fuck some shit up, bud.
faster.
Oh, what the fuck? Please.
Alright.
Your bottom
Oh, I
tower
made him go to a
is
different
under attack.
another.
That was some nice pathing there. Couldn't even run. The Clink's.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, I think it was me moving in that blocked Clinks from running away. That's what happened.
May the skies surrender.
Oh damn, I'm farmed, guys. Almost have satanic.
You guys want to fight high ground? Because I want to jump somebody.
Vengeance flies beside me.
What could be better though?
Yeah, I think that's a better idea too.
No pressure, just like somebody.
Looks like it's
Don't miss. Don't miss.
Very well.
Bramble's down. Should probably fight.
I am there.
How do you remain confident as a carry player? Go 10 and 1.
I'm gonna get bottom lane.
Man, I don't always have confidence when I play. Sometimes I'm nervous as shit.
We should wait for my BKB. It's almost done. We can roast too. BKB on courier.
With the vengeance.
Bounty room.
This
I am nice.
You guys want to roach?
Sure, man.
Alright, there's a haste here we can use after roach. If we do that, and
Nah, we don't have time.
actually, no, it's gonna be young. Yeah.
I'm just gonna run towards Roche.
Haste.
I think there's gonna be a feeder top.
Dude, I'm gonna get plus
I'm gonna
15%
get this
vengeance aura damage. Anyways, BJ, Solar Crest, I don't think I really need the defensive capabilities of Solar Crest. It doesn't give me that much damage.
Couldn't hook earlier.
So, I don't know that I want any of this, really.
Who's taking this?
Let me. I'm super powerful.
Okay, you guys got it. You don't even need those. Holy fuck.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Shit. I just gotta get this. Holy, oh my god.
Hey, we can't all go full retard, right?
I don't think it matters at this point.
What are you trying to say? This sounds like a judgment.
No, nothing. I'm just saying.
Alright. Only special people can go full retard, is what you're trying to say?
Everyone
Isn't that the
here is
definition
playing
of special?
excellent. 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 I can go on these guys.
Oh yeah. I'm out of position.
Holy shit. For support gyro, he sure does a lot of damage.
Killed the carry. That's all that matters.
Oh, yeah, backdoor protect. Oh, they glyphed?
Oh, never mind. That was Fatal Bond that did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky I don't have Hurricane Pike.
High creep.
Dude, that Warlock's almost dead.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
They actually can't handle those Clink's eggs. That's actually hilarious.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
shit!
Oh, I died
Almost
in tower.
died.
Two balls. That's 2 buybacks, guys. Careful.
I'm gonna die! Not this time. Not this time. Next time.
Use the armlet. Easy game.
Vengeance flies.
Another 3,000 gold. Oh shit! They're trying to kill me. Jesus Christ!
I need one of those satanics. Looks great.
I know, right?
An attempt was made.
Right. Nice try, friend.
Too short.
What item do I get next?
The enemy's bottom shrine has
That's more
fallen.
damage.
If I was smart, I would just buy Reaver, but whatever.
One more damage. Bloodthorn. Oh, there we go. Bloodthorn. That's where it's at.
I am not.
Rapira?
Oh, that's a willow eggs right there.
Yep.
Heard that.
Faster.
My favorite customer.
I am there.
Yeah, you don't always have to build like pure damage. Sometimes you just go tanky and then they just waste a lot of shit on you.
You have so much attack speed. Holy crap.
I know, right? And I got a Bloodthorn. I mean, this thingy.
I was gonna say, fuck, Bloodthorn. Oh, somebody's going on.
Four. If you resist, I am under attack.
Oh man, almost got that.
It's my 25 again. Magic missile pierces spell immunity.
Very well.
Okay.
My sentiments precisely.
I've kidnapped a kid.
Let me stretch my wings.
Oh, time to hit buildings.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I've kidnapped a kid.
Vengeance flies beside me.
I've been kidnapped.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Kill Warlock.
The
I'm gonna
enemy's
kill Warlock.
top barracks has fallen.
What the heck? What the fuck?
Oh shit.
Okay. Good job, guys.
Really? Really? They want to do this?
It's over
Do what?
9,000.
Take left? Oh, how dare they? That's unacceptable.
Well, they just want Ogre to die.
You wanna hook me out? I wanna kill Ogre.
Hook you out, well, I might just
Come on,
kill
get ready
Ogre.
for food,
My
kids.
hook.
Alright, well, I guess we'll nice one.
No, our belly has the.
Oh shit! Fudge is
Oh,
dead.
fucker. I should team back on me.
Good idea, Varun. Good idea.
Oh no!
Oh shit. You do too much damage.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Man, I can even back to Titanic for this.
Oh no,
Oh shit, I
Richie.
still nice.
Only this was gonna play in it.
This thing's just trying hard.
Oh, what? He lived? That fucking uphill miss?
Radiant structures are falling.
Oh shit! Banvaroon!
It's a nice game.
Easy. Good job, Riz. Come on, 22-1.
You're
GG,
really
guys.
destroying shit in these games.
Oh wait, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did Miriam. Now where are you? Jerix, not Jerix. I don't see you, did you? No, you need to give me your number. Did you add this account? You sent a request to Greedy but Sexy with the pig portrait, right? Well, I don't see it. Yes, just give us your friend ID. Just give us this number. Very easy. Well, anyways, you tried to add me, but I don't see it.
Well, you figured this
You
out.
see?
Be right back.
You see? I don't see it. There you go. Get ready to lag. Hi, Brian. How to use armlet? Okay. Are you ready, Arca? Oh, my, So if you want to use armlet, you press it once, and then you press it again really quick. The number is different. Motherfucker. Alright, let's see how badly you lag. Over 150 ms. Good luck with that. Lulu, are you back yet? Hi, Sumit. How's Sumail? He's good. Well, he's a millionaire. He should be. Oh, he's a millionaire. Lulu, are you back? Was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said something for half a second.
Sorry.
See you later, Jason. Sounds good, buddy. It's nice having you again today. It's like if I don't use quickly, health will not up. It's like if I don't use quickly, health will not up. It's like if I don't use quickly, health will not up. Health will not up. Somebody's using speakers and I need them to stop using their speakers into the microphone. Thanks. I'm a little confused what you're trying to say, Erica. I mean, you don't have to use it quickly. but it's generally better if you do. Hey, Andrew Johnson, you here, bud? Where's my $105? Just joking. Hey, Blue, where's Green? Greenspan, hey! Greenspan is actually one of the guys in my party. Mm-hmm. Fact. He wants to know how to toggle the armlet? I mean, you press it once, then you press it again. Hi, Ashan. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, you use it, it gives you 500 HP, and it slowly kills you. But it doesn't kill you. But it slowly kills you, but it doesn't actually kill you. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You just press it twice.
5 seconds remaining.
I think you know what you should do, Arkai. You just go in the game and play it, and use it. I mean, keep it simple. You know,
Your turn to pick.
it's not like overly complicated. I mean, just don't get hit when you have like very low HP, and then use it again. That's basically it. Thanks, BJ and Razi. Ooh, wow, there's such a ganky lineup.
How do we deal with this?
In before NP pick.
Alright, I'm gonna do a bad in armlet.
Your turn to pick.
Gank this, motherfuckers.
So are we going like full split then for their, or no, or not split for their gank lineup? I'm not sure actually.
Well, that's a good question.
I don't.
Armlet best item, guys. Armlet
So
is the
I'm going
best
mid, I
item.
suppose? Okay.
Yeah, I'm horrible mid.
What is the best item? What is the best item?
So this is gonna be their mid.
Heraka, you just need to
Timber's on
practice,
mid.
man.
Okay.
That's right, BJ. That's right.
What do I?
That's
pick
right,
next,
Wayne.
though? Monkey King.
Wait, who's the mid?
No, Bristleback against.
Not Bristleback.
Bristleback? No
Yeah,
way. No way.
Bristleback doesn't do well against Timber.
You don't have to fight Timber.
Guessing.
Good job, Constantine. Yeah, what the hell, alright? Only 34 people pressed the like button? Come on, you cheap fuckers! Hit that like button!
You want Tankless?
Let me know how many likes it went up by. I can't see it.
They gotta end it early.
Thanks, Yorch. Yorch 3. Weren't you in my game playing Dark Willow a while back?
Sounds great.
You're welcome,
Yeah,
Arca.
right,
You hit the you hit the like button twice, Inra? It cancels the like!
Prepare for battle.
You cancel your like? Get the fuck out of here! So LC, it's gonna be LC... Tusk? What do you think? Yorch, who's going to be in this lane?
I might say that.
You know, I'm going to buy Orb of Venom, dude.
Chosen of us.
Fuck that shit. Who says you're rude today? I know, right? That was rude. That's what I think. Let's see if we can tag him. Especially when you ask him a question, you're like, so what did I do that was rude? You know what I really don't like? Is that, you know, sometimes people give me shit, right? I give them shit right back. That's fair, right? Ever met LC bot? Who do you think LC's laning partner is, Yorch? Well, I mean, I guess we're about. Oh, you're wrong. It's Spirit Breaker bottom.
I think you go secure our brood now.
You wanna fight, mother? You wanna fight, mother? Yo, man, I'm kind of glad I bought this Orb Venom. Let's get out of here. Hey, you can click these guys. Click the Spirit Breaker.
So it goes.
Yeah. So if you stand here and as they come, you just click them. Yeah, they can't do too much about it. But don't be too far away from me.
I see the way. Tribute to my house.
Go ahead, click him.
Submit.
Oh god. Oh god. Uh-oh. Doesn't Midas have XP talent? I mean, doesn't Abaddon have XP talent? Come on, these guys. Cast something.
I don't have it.
Oh man.
Sorry.
That's fine. Ugh. Damn it, Lulu. I give everything to you. Can you pull, please? Pull from the large camp.
Yeah. Oh, it's blocked.
Oh, they blocked it, eh? Check again. Huh.
Oh no, they blocked it before.
I don't have a stun.
As counsel.
Who will help?
I'm too far away.
You were out of your weight class.
So we got like 21 likes from when I just asked. Nice. I like that. Thanks, guys.
Was ready for a fight.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
So it goes.
Motherfucker! Wow. Wow.
I should say so. Submit. Fly, I see. Such power. Like shapes in
Fight him. Just fight him. Just fight him. I got you. Yeah, I got you. He can't kill you. Oh, I got boots though.
Regeneration.
Come on, tower, attack me, you fucking bitch. Oh my god. Whatever. No! No! Orb of Venom, go!
He's dead.
Wah wah.
Illusion.
That's what the action pack lane goes. Oh, suddenly we have Tiny down here. Maybe I just keep farming. Kill the tusk. Nice. Yo, runes.
North Rune.
Nice.
I also don't have one.
Lulu, come to me. Okay, Maledict? Holy fucking shit. Ah shit, I'm dead. Well, I got more gold for killing him, and I got the experience, so...
Regeneration.
Your top tower is under attack.
Man, oh, did I have shield there, George? I actually straight up did not even know. Oops.
Okay, committed to be kind
Your top
Once
tower is under attack.
there's a sentry somewhere over there. That's all I need.
Did I have shield
Wants to
there,
get
really?
rid of that sentry,
No, it was off
but
cooldown, wasn't
I
it?
just need to heal. I'll be-
No. It's not really a gank. Let's say though.
No mana, but you had mango? Oh, motherfucker. Oh, buddy, you're screwed this time. You're screwed! You're screwed! You're screwed! God damn it!
Nice.
Looks like they have another sentry somewhere.
Oh, dude, I'm screwed.
Or maybe in here. I don't know. There's a sentry somewhere.
Oh, I underestimate Tusk, dude. He's stronger than I think he is. Didn't it seem like I was gonna win? I had shield, you know? Seemed like I was gonna win. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
I see.
I'm on.
Yeah, get out.
Your tower is under attack.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Mists of time. You are but a song.
How did that kill me? I had a shield.
That's a great question.
There's a Tusk top.
Like he did 101 damage. The shield absorbs 200. How did I fucking die?
I'm walking.
Yes. The tower aggro? Tower? I don't know, man.
Your
Yeah,
bottom tower is under attack.
I know. Whatever.
I might say that. As counsel.
Yeah, sentries on that side because they can't see me over. Oh, there's a timber here. Why the fuck are there 4 or 5 people top?
If I showed up, that's fine.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna die now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Okay, alright.
Too busy taunting to use it.
Yeah, like fucking, alright. Charge me, SB, let's go.
Spectral mist fills my soul to overflow.
Thanks for those creeps, Tank. Okay.
Where do you think the sentry is?
What are you doing? Don't. Never mind, get back.
SB charging top and up.
Okay. I'm gonna stop him. You're fine.
4 top.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, everyone's top. Everyone and their mothers. I have it on all.
Well played, Abaddon.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to grab my boots.
Can someone help PA?
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice. Nobody can. Well, you got Wyvern.
And it's time to.
Fuck!
Timber sauce top. Oh, man.
I see the way.
I mean, at least Billy's getting insanely free.
Yep. Getting rich.
Yep.
Yeah, they're a very ganky lineup, so, I mean, you don't always have to fight them.
Yeah.
Hi, howdy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Kill him. Kill him.
There's 3 top, so you got room.
Who heals him? He heals himself.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Your middle tower is under attack.
By the house of us. Mist moves. To the bone.
It's not a good idea. There's 3 up here. Just gank the other lanes. I'll keep this lane busy. There's really no point.
Ah! You right, PA?
It's not
Yeah.
time yet.
Spearburger's gonna charge it.
Not yet.
Oh man.
I don't understand. Why are we waiting on this?
Holy shit, that charge, dude. Die, witch doctor! Wait, well, everyone's just dead all of a sudden.
Tower is under attack.
That was Abaddon.
What?
Buddy.
Wait, I just got like 3 levels.
Yeah, your shield.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I actually don't know how to play this game. No clue.
It's okay. You don't play games much.
Somehow survived till late game.
No, I mean like this particular game.
Oh, maybe you should just go jungle or something.
You serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Okay. Holy moly, this look at me! Oh, damn it. Oh, there's so many of them.
At least there's no more top.
Yeah, you guys are saving the sidelines. Gang banged. Hey, Riza, I'm from Canada.
We're gonna go tier 2.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You guys should at least get tier 1. They're gonna do tier 2.
That is a good plan.
Your
15 minute
middle
raids?
tower is under attack.
This should make my life easier.
You can't 1v5 that.
Middle tower is under
Mr.
attack.
Tiny. No point. I mean, I'll TP when Nebadon's up
Your
though.
middle tower has
I will. Also TP.
They're gonna be going top already. You guys failed in your mission.
Oh, rest in peace, bro.
I'm not ready. Yes. Not yet.
I got my blink.
I travel once. Indeed.
Nice camping.
Got him.
I'm fine.
It's okay, once I hit level 20, I get a plus 90 damage talent.
Nice rated exchange. I see.
If we had 3, we'd kill him. But not
45 health per second. Jesus.
Got us.
I'm running down. I'm gonna buy my relic and then, yeah, run at that guy, probably.
Very cunning.
Or I can go top.
Yeah, no, he's gone. Never mind, he's still here.
Yo, I'm gonna run at this. Where's this fucking guy?
We had build.
Oh shit.
Let's kill Wyvern.
2 seconds on stun.
Nice.
Okay, don't need to stun then.
Oh, it's the best battle in a long time.
I saved your bet.
He died.
Oh, I didn't save your bet.
We can kill this guy. Kill this guy. He's completely cocky as fuck. Like, what the hell is this shit?
Got him. Got him. Oh, what? Oh, panic duel.
Nice, Tiny. Well played, well played, well played. Oh, what the fuck? God damn it.
Easy.
Well played, guys.
You know what?
Well
You know what I'm
played.
gonna do? I'm gonna fucking buy my radiance from their shop.
Sounds good. Timber, you should TP out, actually.
Enemy's bottom
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I
tower has fallen.
calculated. I calculated everything calculated.
His name is John!
I'm just gonna get more and more powerful, guys. Bye, Razzie.
I should say so.
I'm thinking a butterfly. What do you think?
Dire structures are fortified.
Like better death, I'm not sure.
I think you get butterfly, LC's gonna rape you. And it does nothing
You
against
will?
Timbersaw.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can do with it.
Tower has been denied.
Yeah,
Besides the
BKB.
agility arrow. That's pure
Lulu,
damage.
don't move, okay? Just stay there. Oh shit.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'm coming.
Get out of there.
I'm not coming. I'll grab
What
that
is going
ring.
on over
Are you
here?
fucking kidding me?
I don't know. Refight is this?
I'll take your
Oh no, my shield!
Last time.
I'm coming.
Oh, we can kill him. Yeah, we can't
No,
win
either.
Kind of we can do it. Yeah,
You can do it!
100%.
There we go.
That's a good feed. Sorry,
Yeah.
Abaddon.
That's okay.
English through the gate.
Taking one for the team.
Your bottom tower is under
That's a
attack.
lot of lifesteal you got there, PA.
Dude, I need it.
That's true. That's really good for when you get dueled, for sure.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm thinking about Mask of Madness. But I need some damage item besides what I have.
How about Desolator?
I don't have ult.
Yeah, I said Desolator, and you're like, oh, of course
Your
it's
bottom
Desolator.
tower
This is
is
not
Oh
under
yeah,
attack.
I said something about Desolator?
I suggested it, and you're like, oh, don't get whatever.
I have a bad memory, but I don't recall.
Kill it.
Saying that.
Kill it. Kill it.
Uh-oh, you
Yeah.
guys are fighting on the shrine.
I drank deep from the vaults. The dark renewed.
Did I say anything about Desolator?
Indeed.
Shit. Stupid creeps.
My house.
Get out.
Hey, Arca, that's monster energy
Just
drink.
get
Kill
out.
this guy. Kill this guy.
Such
He's gonna do you.
and beware. I might say that. Tribute to my house.
Holy shit, there's a fucking haste.
They're coming.
I see. Haste. So be it. Like shapes in mist.
They're going that way. They're going. You got this. Abaddon. They're far away.
Got him.
They're looking for me, and then they
Oh, dude, 90 damage.
I travel with this.
It's gonna be great.
I should say so.
You grab top farm and I'll have eggs.
Oh shit, sorry, I could have saved you. Oh shit, there's a...
Oh my god.
Can I kill him? I'm not sure.
I'm running there as fast as I possibly
Oh,
can.
SB. I should have thought of that.
I am no longer running there.
No, that's bad decision on my part.
I feel like I need to use this game.
Look up.
Incoming.
didn't have it though.
Get out, get out.
No, run, Tiny. You should be back.
Get out.
You're gonna get
out.
dueled. You're gonna get dueled.
And Tusk was in here.
I think we should smoke. I think we can fight him. I don't know. As long as Timbersaw is not in position, we can kill him. I would say invisible spirit breaker.
Yeah, invisible.
Tower is under
But
attack.
he can't charge with it.
They put that there and didn't see that.
Not yet. They will soon.
They did that last time as well. Night in War did it.
They still missed it.
Hey, Jaden, am I full time streaming? Yeah, I am.
This Wyvern's one. Oh, heading down, bottom.
Tower is under attack.
Wyvern.
Tiny, get ready.
But all bottom.
Okay.
Your bottom
I wouldn't
tower
go in
is
on
under
this.
attack.
This is not a good. This is. Yeah.
I am perfectly fine, Lulu. Do not worry about me. Oh, they see
You
me.
were saying?
Perfect.
I should just teleported out.
Abaddon's doing the right thing. Nobody else is. I need to get on Abaddon's level.
Yeah, just hit creeps. By the way, I denied her bounty. I'm just saying.
The right thing.
Doing the right thing.
It's not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. My steed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'm at all. We can fight this.
Oh, Tiny's dead.
Not yet. Not yet.
I'm lagging. What the fuck? Can you guys hear me? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
It's not time yet.
The stream is also lagging.
Help you, help you, help you.
Oh shit!
What the? Oh my god, I got punched through my ultimate? Are you serious?
Can I get help, please?
I was low, sorry.
Oh my god. I can't believe I got punched through my ultimate. Too.
Kill Timbersaw. Kill Timbersaw. Kill
Glimmer,
Legion.
glimmer, glimmer! Ooh.
Get the box. There we go.
Nice.
Daggers am I holding up?
Jesus. Timber, bye bye.
Man, it's a good thing they suck. Otherwise, we
I
would've
don't
lost.
understand what you mean. Never mind, I see what the Raj said. I understand it now. Hey, the Raj, be nice, okay? Be nice.
Kill him. Kill him.
Slowly making my way
Back
back.
to me. There you go. Go.
What's this guy have? How does he punch me through my ult? Oh, he crit. Wait, no,
Look at
he
him
can't
fast.
crit this, right? It's crit by default.
Oh, I got away.
Team blink to me. No, you're dead. Aren't you?
I'm coming. I can. Oh,
Oh
shit.
my god, Tiny.
Oh, in
Ah,
2
leave him,
seconds.
leave him, leave him, leave him, leave him.
No, it's fine.
I'm not ready. Chosen of us. All this was promised me.
I need like every item. I feel like that'd be great. Can I get a?
Oh shit, there's 4 of them there.
Gold bone?
Holy shit.
Yeah, they're dead.
Legion's not that strong yet. Monkey King bar for some reason. That's really weird. She's scared of me, which is.
I'm dying for you, I think.
Yeah, but I'm not that scary though, actually.
PA scares everyone.
Yeah.
Below like 3K.
They're all mid. I think you're good at that.
Yeah. 20.
Toss kind of position once again. I'm gonna go top. They're all mid.
Yeah, go ahead. There's 2 mid for sure.
Yeah,
Legion's here.
No,
And Timber's here.
Guaranteed that's 3 mid.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. There it
No,
is.
they're all mid.
I'm gonna TP mid after I grab this.
I have all. He's gonna duel. He wants to duel.
Oh, my Midas though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm running mid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Die! Die, Jody, die!
My God.
Kill.
Fuck you.
What the fuck?
Got him. What's Scotty do on Abaddon?
Can't find your
maybe.
ones there.
Hey, Devraj, thanks for listening to me and getting along with people.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Some people don't get sarcasm, you know, so yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
Free, good morning, toys. Good morning.
Wyvern's up soon. Look out for ult.
She just ulted.
I'm gonna go on Wyvern.
Holy fuck.
Nice bash. Thank you, Courier. Oh shit. That's a. We got a shot there. Get out, get out, get out, get out. You're dead.
That one hit did 1,000 damage.
Enemy's middle
Oh, that's
tower
why.
has fallen.
I'm still running.
Careful, guys. That's on third. It's only you two. This time. Wow. Now you're fine.
No! Don't do it! No, don't do it! Don't do
I'm
it!
not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. 6 seconds on Timbers. I'll just get out soon. Get out of this track.
The enemy's
Oh
middle
no! Oh no! Oh no!
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Oh, I'm gonna get dueled! No! Oh fuck! Ah! God damn it, my ultimate.
I even bashed him with my dagger. And he still.
It's the thought that counts. The thought in the RNG.
I need Satanic next.
You know what? I might also get a Satanic. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna be a fucking unkillable beast. $425 shield. That's massive, man.
They're searching. There. For me, maybe. Yeah. Tank squad's here. Where's that DD?
Bottom.
Sentry there.
Kill this wire.
Double damage.
No, there's 3.
There's 4 now. You do it quick.
And I almost got seen.
No, goodbye.
Yeah, they had a whole team. I'm gonna split.
Spearbreaker's alone at the top.
Yeah, I know. He's also a Spirit Rig.
Won't matter if you just kill him fast enough.
I see. I should say so.
I'm just farming my heart. We're back. I'm farming heart. Here, yo, just get back. I'm farming heart.
Yeah, don't fight.
I know.
Let me get runes.
I'll grab runes.
We TP back? Have it on?
Yeah, I'm gonna TP back right now. Not TP back right now.
Has fallen.
Let's go.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh fuck! I couldn't buy my item, dude.
Why me? Go away, Lulu.
Die, Tiny, die.
Fuck, I keep getting bossed by Tiny. Every time. Tim, raise boss down. Kill them all, kill them all. Nice! Love getting tossed.
Where'd they go?
Let's end the game.
Fuck! I couldn't even buy my items, dude. There you go. More
It's
damage.
actually Roche.
I got greaves coming.
The creeps are gonna
Actually,
kill
no.
him.
And his name
Like, we
is
can get that. Abaddon can get the rat. At the same time that Abaddon is getting the rat, he can get the rat. That's far away.
The enemy's middle
How many are
barracks has fallen. Dire structures are
They
fortified.
fucking.
You can't end the game, Abaddon. No way.
You sure about that?
There's no fucking way.
Oh my fucking god, are you serious?
Oh, Winter Wyvern ulted down.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
Go help Abaddon.
The enemy's middle tower.
Oh, I got this, guys. I got this. I got this.
No way you can end the game.
I got this. Easiest ending of my life.
You're just gonna fucking do it? Alright, let's kill this guy. Let's kill this guy.
Easiest ending of my life.
Mechanics.
Easy ending. Yeah.
Radiant victory.
GG. It was looking pretty bad for me in the early game, but my power spike.
What was your power spike?
Yes.
Yes. No, but like.
I got Radiance.
What? Radiance? You think so? I think so.
Radiance, and then I hit AC, and then yeah.
Why? So why Radiance? I genuinely don't understand like why. In this particular situation.
Well, I'm tanky and annoying. Then they can't blink. They can't right click. It also helps me farm really quickly. Who wants to right click target abandon, right? But like the longer these fights go, the more damage I do.
Yeah, the fights really started to get longer.
Oh yeah, I like it long.
With Timbersaw in particular, that I made the like automatically.
I forgot how fun Sand King was.
Sand King's great.
Sand King is awesome.
Used to be my favorite hero.
All right, boys and girls, thanks for playing. I am done for today. But we shall play again soon, okay? I'm gonna talk to the stream for a bit.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
Hello, friends. I am actually done playing Dota 2 for today, but I will talk to you guys for a little bit. Give me some comments. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Slitter, howdy. Am I playing 5-man party? I was, Arca. Yes, it was. Oh, yeah, this game. What's for lunch? I don't know yet. Might buy some Chinese food or something. Yeah, you know what? Anyways, the Raj, I need a... You had Subway? What kind of sub did you have? So I noticed that you got triggered earlier by a... I would describe it as a obvious but simple question. And... I'm not saying anything about your character. I'm just going to talk about myself for a second, okay? Hey, did you get one per month? Where's Lulu? She's in Romania. So the Raj, I used to get asked these really stupid questions, and I still do all the time. Like, hey Bluespan, you playing Dota 2? As I'm playing Dota 2, right? And it's just like, you kind of think to yourself, you're like, what the fuck? Are you dumb? You know what I mean? And you're just like, I don't know, you just... It just triggers you, and I actually get triggered all the time, but I'm trying my best to not get triggered out of these kind of things, because sometimes, even though it's a really stupid question, people aren't actually asking for the answer. They just want to socialize with you. You know what I mean? They're just trying to talk to you, even if it's kind of unorthodox manner. Does that make sense to Raj? So, anyways, I actually have to personally try to resist getting triggered at these kind of questions, these obvious questions, right? And then I actually have to tell myself, like, okay, this guy just wants to talk, and they're actually, most of the time, they're just trying to be friendly. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, it even makes more sense, like, when you're not on the internet, like if someone's like, I don't know, let's say they're doing their hobby, right? Like, they're cooking some food, right? And you just, I mean, I do it myself. I'm like, hey, you cooking some food? Yeah, you know, this sounds great. Good. You know, like, it's just, they're not saying anything that, it's not an actual question, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm 31 and I'm just learning the shit now. So, I mean, hopefully that you guys can, you know, get ahead of me. But, anyways, sometimes I get irritated because I stream, you know, I get stupid shit all the time. But, yeah, you just gotta, you know what I mean? Arca, glad you think so, man. And, yeah, forgive us for the things that we do, for our impatience, okay, bud? Just got home from the pub. I'm doing great, Pixie. How are you? That's a very British thing that you're doing there. Sorry, I don't read the comments in order. If I missed it, just type it again, okay? Hello, Alung from Indonesia. Thanks, buddy. What's the blue circle for? Hey, Wanhart, it is an eye tracker, so wherever I move my eyes, it basically follows that, right? It can seem a little distracting, but it really helps you, like, you know, kind of get into my mind and look at the things that I'm paying attention to on the screen. It should help your gameplay, even if it seems distracting at first. Chinese, scream of some young guy. Hey! Dude, that joke's old as fuck. Some young guy. Is anyone here Chinese and know Chinese cuisine really well? Because I know it sounds Chinese, but I don't think that's an actual dish. Can't wait for Deepa Valley Subway chicken tandoori. What does Deepa Valley mean? Can an Indian person chime in and explain what this means to me? It's easiest end in my life? Glad you understand it, Raj. Any advice on my gameplay? How was it? I don't really know yet. To be honest, I wasn't really paying attention, so I cannot really give you advice. Slava, Ukraine? What are you talking about? Can I get double satanic for Huskar for status resistance? That is a good question, and I don't know the answer, but here, we can Google it, okay? Dota 2 Satanic. Let's see here. Status resistance. Status resistance. I mean, this is all it really says. I think it probably works. I think 2 Sanjin Yashas work. Yeah, you can probably buy 2 of them. I think, but don't quote me on it. You can just test it in the lobby, you know. A little tipsy pixie. That doesn't sound very British. It's okay, Arca. Even heroes can make mistakes. In fact, it's good that you said this. If a man streaming in the internet can recognize this, then definitely people who you meet in real life can definitely identify this. Yeah, actually, speaking of which, so even despite what I just said about not acting like an asshole sometimes when people ask you really dumb and obvious questions, sometimes I will still respond in a way that makes me seem like an asshole. So, I mean, you can be clever about it. Sometimes people, what was it, like, sometimes people ask, like, hey, what game is this, right? And then I say, like, we're playing fucking Minecraft, right? Okay, I'm gonna be real for a second. Little bit of a dick response. But, it's a little funny, right? But, I think as long as you don't act like a, you know, like, go full dick about it, right? Just maybe half dick and be like, just joking about it or something like that. Then it's okay. Not that I've traditionally or historically done that. Sometimes I just go full dick, but I'm trying to cut down on the dick. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, sometimes I make example of you guys acting like a bunch of monkeys, you know, like with these sound effects.
Smoke weed every day.
Diwali is Festival of Lights Indian holiday. So we were talking about Subway, weren't we? Something I can't wait for Diwali Subway. Are we still talking about sandwiches? I can't wait for the holiday of all these lights. Subway chicken tandoori. So there's 2 thoughts here, and I don't understand how they connect. Are you implying that Deepavali, that Subway only offers chicken tandoori during Deepavali? Or are you implying that is how you're gonna celebrate? Yeah, it's Deepavali. Gonna get me some fucking chicken tandoori at Subway. Is that what you're saying? That kind of sounds like what you're saying. It's a joke from the movie Wayne's World. Oh, Cream of Some Young Guy. Oh, dating my age. Oh yeah. See, I have actually never seen Wayne's World, but I think it has the guy from Austin Powers in it, right? Michael Myers. Yeah, you're too old, Nicholas. Deepavali equals Diwali. Is that just a different way to say the same thing? Satanic Stacks? Ah, so it's not a terrible idea to get second Satanic. More than tipsy. Okay. There you go, Pixie. Now you're British. Hello, Supreeth. Yes, I am back in Canada. It's good to be back. 1 person, 100 questions. Ask away. The game name is literally on the description, but this asks what game is this? Yeah, you know, so... Yeah. I think the other thing is that like I keep getting asked the same questions, so you just start to lose patience for it after a while. Cut down on the dick, is that even possible? I mean, it's possible, but I believe this sentence says more about you than it says about anything else. Anyone else? Pixie? Didn't someone say there was 54 likes earlier? Come on, guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button. It's the special flavored chicken tandoori sandwich. Okay. Oh, so I see. So that is what you meant. Have I seen the Joker? No. Is it raining where I am? No, Pixie. It's sunny outside. Why do you think that it is raining? No, it's a clear day here. Deepawali is like more humble way of saying Diwali. Okay. So it's the polite way. So as a Canadian, I should say Deepawali. More like Irish. Gotta love me, Irish side. I heard that the Irish and the Brits, they have similar drinking cultures, which is very, very intense drinking. I learned about it on the internet. Come on, bro. You should marry to Lulu, please. You played a long time together. She best support to you. You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm gonna think on your proposal. Hi, Vinny. Welcome back, buddy. Showing 44? Is it 44 likes? You know me. Hi, Franciscus. I slept off? Was about to say, yo, I'm back. Didn't realize we're at the end of the stream. Anyway, you're still back. Yeah. Like and sub, guys. Be like that. Trust me, I lived in England. Drinking is hard as fuck. Yeah, I keep hearing about it on the internet. You guys go pretty crazy on the drinking. No, I have several friends from the UK who can confirm. Lulu, who works with some British people, apparently she also said that the British people she knows likes the way that Romanians drink because they like to actually have fun and take it easy rather than excessively drink. So I hear. See you later, Linguini. How is Europe compared to Canada? That is an excellent question. I can't say for too much about most of Europe, but I will say that when I was in Romania, okay, I'm from Canada, and Canadians are about 5 times richer than Romanians are. And I've lived like almost 30 years in Canada, so I'm used to a country that is 5 times richer than Romania, right? So for me to spend some time in Romania, yes, it was a little bit of a downgrade. I mean, they still have cars and running water and electricity, but it just wasn't as luxurious as Canada was, right? So, it's kind of like maybe for you Indian people, you guys, maybe you live in the big city and you live in a nice place in the big city, and then you go to the countryside and then there's no toilets or something like that. So something like that. It's kind of how it felt. Hey Kisley, I play basically everything except for mid. Do I want to play again? Nope. Hi Hanif. Alcohol is a fad. I agree with this. It's a fun fad though. And we're gonna be drinking. I guarantee it. That's true, I can play any role. Some better than others. Maybe they are married. Whose name on the IG is B-Lou. Shh. Let's spill our secrets. Being English and Irish, my tolerance is very high. And when you come here with Lulu, we shall drink. That's very British of you. And I am totally down for that. Oh yeah. I'm no stranger to binge drinking. Canadians drink quite a bit too. Although after Vietnam, it couldn't have been that bad. This is true. So it goes like this. Rich countries like Canada, countries in the middle like Romania, and super poor countries like Vietnam and India. It is what it is, you know? I can't go from divine to mortal, dude. Been trying for years. What's the difference between a mortal and a divine player? I would say decision making. Yeah, when I play with Divines, I mean, I play with Divines every day. I just find that their decision is a little less... They just don't know when to fight and where to be on the map. I would say that's the biggest thing. I mean, you guys know how to farm, or you go from... you guys know how to stack and pull. You guys know how to go from lane farm to jungle farm, back to lane farm. Farm efficiently on all that, right? But that's actually a very low level skill. So, decision making, warding, where to be on the map, now that is some high level shit. Hi there. Thanks, Alash. I will have a nice sleep. Hopefully. You want the thug sound effect we need? You're actually from Romania? Yes, I think I remember this. Remember ages ago when someone got drunk on Skype group video chat with an interesting shot class? Who was that? Are you actually from India, Mal? Really? India poor? Lol. Yes, it is factually poor. Subscribe to you since Divine and now you're a Mortal player. Well, you know what, Daffy? Every season I'm Divine. Pretty much. The season calibrates, and then I gotta recalibrate, and I don't think I've ever calibrated at Mortal, so... Yeah, we just keep going back. Up and down the mid 5k range. It's hard to get to 6k, not gonna lie. I think it was you, XD, and I was at a Korean restaurant at the Tome. Oh, what was it? I don't think that was me. I think that you were drunk, Pixie. As a British person, I think that you were drunk. Don't listen to her. She's a drunken Irish. Anyway, guys, I actually gotta go. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys had fun today. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be real close to 8 AM Pacific time. So have a great day, a great night. See you then.